Hello everybody, welcome to Battle Shapers. The version 1.0 just dropped, was roughly 1 year in early access. We played the early access version, I think the first one, and also looked into it a bit later. And it was a fun game, but it had performance issues. And I'm on a 4090 13900K system, so a very good system. And one of the problems the game had and still has is that it does not support upscaling. And since I'm on a 4K display, since as of the start of this year, because of DLSS, right, and all the other upscalers being like quite present, they don't have that here. So we're relying on 4K native resolution, which is a bit like in RoboQuest, which also doesn't feature upscalers, but it runs easily at a 230 plus FPS, which is the cap I'm using because of G-Sync. So yeah, the thing is, this might hurt the game for sure, for quite a bit if you're on a weaker system. Because I already checked the FPS, and in the menu, in the hub world, it's like roughly 140 FPS, which is, I guess, playable, right? Obviously. But the thing was, in the early access version, when you played the game, it dropped so hard. And what is it actually? I didn't say that. It's a Roguelite FPS. It's like RoboQuest, Gunfire Reborn, Ziggurat. I don't know, there are not that many. What is it? Immortal Bastard? I forgot. No, Immortal Redneck. And yeah, there are a few of them, but not many. But most of them are great. Oh yeah, another one, Witchfire. Yeah, so there's a bunch of them, and not that many unfortunately, but a bunch which are good. And yeah, and the twist is basically you have some kind of Mega-esque inspiration from a like boss design and mechanic perspective. And otherwise it's like a pretty standard FPS, I would say, like a, you know what you call it, like a mix of like abilities and melee and shooting, right? It's just like a pretty standard modern FPS, I would say, from a design perspective, but with a little bit of a Megaman twist. And yeah, the problem was with performance that it dropped really hard in combat. Like, we're talking like low double digits on a 4090, and I mean, I'm talking like 30 to 40 FPS, right? That was unacceptable. So I hope this is fixed, and we'll find out by playing. Also did have quite substantial loading times considering the system you're on. I mean, it's not terribly long, but it still is a considerable loading time. I mean, it could also be a procedurally generation time, but I think the game uses some kind of... Oh, sorry, there's story. It's automatically advances. Built on Janus and his Shapers, it was a haven for all, a shining beacon of progress and prosperity. Built in a nanosecond, everything changed, corruption spread, chaos ensued. Now Renegade Shapers, self-titled overlords, rule over the once great city. Their sentinels patrol the streets, emboldened by Jan OS's disappearance. But I found you, Ada, a Shaper shaped from this calamity, a warrior from blah blah blah. If anyone can make this right, it's you. Not a big fan of automatic text. I just hope you're up for the challenge, because that is always very inconsistent and also annoying to read out loud. So I really like when you have text that you can skip it manually, line by line. My apologies for the hasty on archiving Shaper, your personal... See, that's what I mean. Yeah, who's asking? I'm Mimo, and unfortunately had no choice in your reactivation. You hate to hear that first thing after a reboot. Indeed, it appears that rogue Shapers have taken over New Elysium. Huh? A few out-of-line Shapers sound like Central AI's problem, no? Well, yes, but all traces of Janus have disappeared from the network. Yes, Jan OS. But you should have led with that. Janus missing, I guess this is my problem now. So I'm pretty gonna reiterate why I don't like automatic text, because usually I'm watching the cutscene, right? If it's like an animated cutscene, I'm focusing on what is happening, and then I'm reading the text, right? And if the text is too short, especially for reading out loud, it's kind of annoying. So I really like when you have text that you can click it one at a time. I know in videos it's kind of hard to do, but I guess the only real solution is to get a voiceover, which costs money, I know, but still, like it's kind of annoying because you're gonna miss some lines and it's just gonna be a bit bothersome. Yeah, but let's continue. I just had another idea, but I forgot what it was. It would appear so I'm unfortunately not equipped for combat. Pretty cute though. Yeah, you don't strike me as much of a battle droid, no offense. Correct, I'm just a machine operator. You scout things out and I'll remain here. So the game is made in Unity and also it uses, it was made by, I think, former AAA devs. So by, I guess, experienced quote-unquote developers. No idea how experienced they are, but... And... yeah, I think the first impression was pretty good. The art style is pretty, you know, like modern retro-y. And I'm using TAA in this case, but I'm not sure if I want to use TAA or SMAA, but usually I think at 4K TAA is more important than SMAA because you already have a very high sharpness and base resolution and you get a lot of temporal anti-aliasing. So yeah, but I'm also not using FXAA plus TAA, so I'm just like using TAA, so I hope it's gonna be enough to make the game feel quite consistent visually. I know there are people that don't like TAA because of the added blur, which is fair, right? But if you're at a high resolution, the loss of clarity I think is kind of worth it compared to the like more stable temporal visuals. Just like starting up this here. Okay, so I hope it doesn't crash at some point, but it didn't. I think it never crashed so far, so I hope we're still fine. Oh, by the way, a little aside, Max OLED has been announced by, I forgot the name of the company. Nothing with applied. But the thing is by a big OLED manufacturing company, and it's a new process, production process for manufacturing OLEDs. And it is supposedly way better and can, according to their data, lead to up to 5 times longer lifespan, 3 times the max brightness, higher pixel density, more accuracy during production, which will reduce costs, 30% less energy consumption when running the OLED. So it sounds like a very, very good thing. And you might say, yeah, that sounds maybe like some kind of small startup company scam, but it's one of the biggest OLED display manufacturers, and Samsung, one of the biggest panel designers, I guess, and also, I mean, also potentially manufacturers, already has a contract with them for new facilities using that technology. So we'll find out pretty soon if OLED will get some kind of crazy renaissance, because that would be huge, right? 5x the durability, 3x the max brightness would make OLED almost like perfect, right? It would be incredible. So let's hope it's true, because that could really revolutionize in the core issues with OLED. And I mean, I think max brightness is only an issue for outdoor use, to be honest, because indoor, what we have at the moment is plenty. But the thing is, the durability obviously is a huge plus, and if that would be true, it would be amazing. Also, lower cost is always great, and also like less energy consumed when using it is also great, which will lead to longer battery lives if you use laptop and stuff like that, right? It's not only for like the environment in your wallet, but it's also for longer battery life. I think this could be insane. So I hope it really, really works out. But Samsung investing probably a lot of money into that, and it being a very big, legit company, sounds pretty good, right? And it's really cool to see, because sometimes, you know, you might think of the core technology as flawed or having issues, but the manufacturing process can lead to very adverse effects with functional ideas, right? You have a great idea, but you don't know how to get it into a product, right? Like how to manufacture it. And once you solve manufacturing, you can really reduce costs, maybe even unlock the full potential of stuff. So it's really, really cool to see that we're still seeing these improvements, and such a big factor like 5x durability would be crazy, and like 2.5x the brightness and stuff like that. That would be really good, right? These are big numbers for a technology that has already been around a long time. And yeah, it sounds really, really cool, and I hope it's true. Right, I mean, I hope it works, right? I'm pretty sure it's true to some degree, but we'll see, Yeah, so that's a little aside. So if you're planning on getting an OLED screen, this is not going to be out for a couple of years, I would expect, but the future looks really bright. So if you're like a bit on edge, right, because you're like, oh shit, I'm going to have to buy a new OLED every 3-4 years maybe if I'm a heavy user, a burn-in or something like that, which we don't know for the current panels, but it could be, right? And you're unsure, but you don't want to go back to an IPS. So at least you know in 3 or 4 years, there's a good chance your next OLED is going to have significantly higher durability and maybe even reduced cost, right? And that's the good news. You're not going to invest into technology that you're going to miss later because you're just going to have to go back because it might be too expensive to sustain. But okay, we're playing Battle Shapers here. But yeah, I just wanted to say that because I think it's pretty cool news and pretty excited for the future of display technologies, which is so important for gaming and other things, obviously. Times of the essence, the information you gathered is important to our mission. Okay. I already did all the settings. You might be wondering where I'm on the settings. Okay, the game has a little bit of stutteriness. I'm still not 100% sold on TAA versus SMAA. I mean, we can look at this alias circle here maybe a little bit. But when you move around, you can see it's a bit aliased, but I bet this is a transparent object, so not the best example maybe. Let me find an object that is an easy example of temporal aliasing. It would probably be something like these high frequency edges here, but you can see it's pretty stable when moving around, and when we stand still there is a bit of edginess, but we're at 4K, so yeah, here this is pretty bad, right? You can see, but this might not be fixed by TAA or anything because it's like a bit behind a glass. But yeah, here you see a lot of aliasing, and I'm kind of curious if going for SMMA is gonna feel better visually or not. Yeah, you can see the temporal aspect is significantly worse. Yeah, that's for sure unfortunate. Also here, a bunch of edges there, and when you move around, they're still there, obviously. I mean, let's be real, TAA and SMA are not the best anti-aliasing solutions these days. You just want to have DLSS, to be honest, and or any other modern upscale that also does the anti-aliasing for you. Yeah, you can see TAA helping a little bit in motion, but it doesn't change too much, right? We're still at native 4K. We could go TAA, FXAA, but people are gonna be like, oh my god, FXAA on top of TAA, probably gonna lead to a way too smooth image, and that's probably true. So I'm just gonna go for TAA. Yeah, TAA temporal anti-aliasing. So it basically means that it's about, you know, frame by frame information being transmitted to reduce the perceived aliasing during motion. Unlike classical anti-aliasing, which is done frame by frame, which is usually the most efficient when you're just standing still. Right, these edges here, for example, that's what a normal AA would do. And once we move, you can see like this here, the shimmering. This is what TAA usually reduces. But yeah, not perfect, but serviceable. Okay. What the fuck do we have to do? It's gonna, did I miss something? It doesn't seem to be explaining all that much to me at the moment, but I was also talking about random stuff, so... Yeah, it being Unity engine, I mean, let's be real, it feels pretty good for a Unity game, but I still think the Unity engine is among the most janky FPS using engines out there. I remember the MacRail, yes, it was shut down some time after you were archiving. Maybe that's for the best. I think I left my transit pass back in stasis. It was a joke, Mimo, you're allowed to laugh. Wow, he's not laughing. That's pretty rude. That is pretty rude of him. That's a bit loud, maybe. I'm just trying to find a good volume for myself. Okay. What are we doing again? Like, it looks pretty uncomfortable. Like, for real, what are we doing? I thought we were gonna go here and just interact with this station, but because I know the runs begin over here because I already played. I must have missed something. Nothing here seen. It was a 3D map. It's kind of nice. Did I fuck something up? I'm sorry that we can't even get started. What a demo. What a demo. I can shoot him, maybe he's gonna die. Why would I shoot him? I don't know. Oh, by the way, the game has auto fire. They added that after multiple people, including me, requested that because we really had hate button mashing on pistols. I just don't know how fast it will auto shoot for you. Usually, like in when you play Call of Duty or something like that, and it's multiplayer, they will significantly reduce the fire rate for a full auto, which is kind of stupid. You're giving handicapped people disadvantage that already probably have a disadvantage, like a further one. So it's kind of stupid. But I wonder if we broke the game. Like I'm not even kidding. Did we break the game? Because wait, now it works. I mean, maybe I'm just blind. Takedowns. When damaged enough, foes may become exposed and glow purple. Punching an exposed trigger, foes triggers a takedown, causing it to explode violently and spawn shield pickups. Yeah, it's also a bit of Doom Eternal. I maybe should have mentioned that. It's like it meets a little bit of Doom Eternal too. From the idea like that you get like resources by staggering enemies and then punching them. And I really like how they explain all the different mechanics. Shaper's punch, damage, knockback on foes, punching exposed, foes triggers takedown, explode, shield protected barrier. See, this is really good. Like this is a tutorial like the way I like it. I mean, maybe they could have put an arrow where I needed it to go. This is the gunner drone. You can see one of the things I don't like, and they didn't fix that, and I forgot about that, and I'm not gonna mention that, is the way the enemies move through the scene. They have this kind of weird, like almost like visual stutteriness to them when they move, which is really unfortunate. But also I'm like on a really high-end display with a good PC and high FPS, so I notice small things like that very much. So you might not even care that much about that. But one thing I think is undeniable is that the physics engine seems like it's very, very delayed. Like when you kill something, it almost feels like you're in an online game and there's some kind of latency to the animation of you killing the enemy. So every single kill you do feels laggy. And I don't know why that is. They must have really fucked up some part of the like the physics logic coding. And yeah, I do wonder how that happens, to be honest, because that is a pretty fundamental issue for me, right? But yeah, so this is our first ability, the Plasma Blast ability. Sets the ground ablaze, periodically inflicting pyro on foes inside the zone. Okay. Okay, this is, you can see like a little bit third-person view here. I put it on the right click, and the side thumb, side mouse button here is punching. I really like that for games. I know, it's just like, I think while punching you don't need to aim too much, and it's pretty accessible, right? So it's kind of, just kind of feels nice to have at the side of the mouse button. Yeah, it's one of the view controls. Kind of always do the same here. I quickly want to check something. Wait. Yeah, I don't know. I just like the side mouse button for melee in video games. But okay, let's go. A little bit of loading stuttering, but that could also be shader compilation stuttering. I don't even know because it's the first time we're playing it since I installed the game. And I'm gonna maybe showcase what I mean by the visual stuttering. Can you see that when look at this, right? This enemy is not moving smoothly, right? I mean, assuming he moves, right? You can see like I mean, sometimes more, sometimes less, but they seems to be very, very stuttery. Like for whatever reason, they look very stuttery. When I kill them, just notice the delays. Do you see that? There is some kind of delay, almost like the game is going into this mode where it's like, oh yeah, I'm currently calculating how to knock him back, but it takes like an additional frame. I mean, not additional frame, an additional second or so. And I just feel like there's something wrong because Unity does not have that issue. It must definitely be the way they coded the death animations and the ragdoll physics. So yeah, I do wonder what it does. Okay, now we have a new weapon. You can always look at them. And this one is the Needlenator, and it kills make your projectiles chain for 5 seconds. And I don't know why you can't go here, but here, it's okay. Chain causes projectiles to bounce nearby foes after they hit. Effect may also cause projectiles to split and target additional foes. Okay. May also cause projectiles to split. I don't know what they mean by that, but okay. And there's a kinetic damage type, and it has like stats. Rapid. Where do you see rapid? I don't even know. Oh, over there. I mean, that maybe that is some kind of sub attribute. I don't even know. Yeah, there are also jump pads, and I think the sound design is, I mean, also the art design is, it's not ugly, right? I think it's pretty functional, but I do feel like they use a lot of, you hear that, right? They use a lot of unusual and quite like almost dissonant sounds and like color combinations, which, you know, are not that typical from an artistic direction, but I think it works well, right? I think it's not perfect, it's not my ideal art style, but it looks perfectly fine, right? But still, there is a little bit of I would not make the sounds that way and visuals that way vibe to me personally. But this is just like, you know, the way I perceive it. And it's not a big deal, it's just like a bit unique. There may be valuable upgrades on this path, you should explore when you're able to. Okay, so this is, I think, a potential tutorialization error here, because the game hints that there is something here, and you might see or notice that we can't really get there. And also there is an icon, so people will probably be very interested in going here, and maybe this looks like you could jump it, but you can't, right? There's no way you're gonna jump this. So yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that the game kind of gives you the hint that there's going to be more there later. What's this gate? I can't seem to get through it. Yeah. So there's unlocked stuff, but I think the unlocked stuff is fine, but having this icon up here with the additional information, in my opinion, is not optimal. Yeah, it does not really help. Okay, but we are starting our first run here. And there is a roguelite progression system, a significant one too. So don't expect the first run to go too well here. New Elysium, I can hardly recognize it. Much has changed, Ada corruption has spread through the city like a virus. It was such a lively metropolis before the citizens were forced to take leave. I'm afraid the overlords won't make it easy, but the only way to find Janus is through the whatever. Don't worry, Mimo, I'm not gonna make it easy for them either. Okay, and here this is like the Megaman aspect basically, where you select one of the bosses, and they all have different traits. Overlords obtain special powers every time you face them. These powers influence the types of foes, traps, challenges, and retaliations they will use against you in the tower they control. Okay? So we can go to Gravity Garden, Robotics Hub, or the Storm Scraper against Vault Colossus, Wind Magistrate, and Strike Mantis. I'm just gonna go with Gravity Garden and Strike Mantis. And you see there are a lot of boss powers. You can will off retaliate by deploying their detachable laser turret in rooms. Arbiters will be present throughout the tower. Mole turrets will be present. Speed buffer and trapper fire spitters. Okay. and crippling gas, noxious fumes that slow your movement is the tower hazard. So there's a biome hazard and a boss hazard. And you might say, this is annoying to read, I don't want to read this shit every single time. You don't have to worry about it, just fucking click on it, and at the start I don't think it matters. Also a little bit of Pokemon design colors vibes here. Oh, a new Gundam was announced, I don't know what the name is, but the new Gundam looks a little bit like this thing there. We just saw. Okay, and you will see the loading times are a bit longer, and as soon as the game doesn't really procedurally generate everything, just these rooms attached to each other, I don't know how much of this is a loading time and how much of it is an actual is actually procedurally generating stuff. Because even 2D procedurally generated games can sometimes take a really long time. This looks really nice, right? I think it looks nice, right? But I still think it is atypical color combinations and sound design. I don't think anything is wrong with that. It's just very unusual. I think most people would not design their way with these colors in mind, which is not a bad thing, by the way. It's just like a little bit of an aside. And this is an auto reloader, allows decoding the auto reloader at the cipher cloud, whatever that means. With this thing Mimo, it looks like some kind of schematic. I think you're correct, Ada. I've uploaded it to our cloud. Oh, I'll see if I can use it for a while, while you push ahead. And also I'm looking at the Bazaar at the moment, which is not a roguelite, which is like Super Autopath / Auto Battler / Hearthstone type of game. Fragmentus. And who's this? You're definitely not supposed to be here. Well, I guess that makes two of us, doesn't it? Big words, microchip. You got the moves to back him up. Yeah, they should talk you a little bit. I don't know if that was the case in Megaman, if you saw the bosses ahead of time. But for sure, the game feels nice to play at the start. I really hope they fix the performance issues, because this is all fine, right? I really wish they had upscalers. That is a big minus. It's a big minus because it really makes you very dependent on your base resolution, because like lowering that will look like ass without a correct upscaling algorithm. So we're already starting with the lower base FPS that I would like. I would definitely like this game to run at 250, at 230 FPS, but or even more depending on what system you are, obviously. But I mean, what monitor you are. Mine's like locked at 40 Hertz. Yeah, the lagginess of killing stuff, they didn't fix that. That's such a shame. Especially since I did play a bunch of games, also including Doom Eternal, RoboQuest, now the new Wolfenstein. I mean, it for sure does not feel as good to kill stuff in this game as it does in the other games. Like for real. Like there's no, it's not even close, right? This has no range at all. So I kind of feel one of the first things you'll see when you go buy the game, you'll see their screenshots of them citing other you know, quotations from popular review sites, and one of them will be from a guy, I don't know from who it is, citing that this is like the best feeling gunplay, or like it feels so good to kill stuff or something like that, right? The gunplay feels amazing or something like that. And I think that is not true. I think it's fine and serviceable, but it definitely has this weird aspect of lagginess, which is really not that great. Minor core enhancement. Every minor core enhancer you find contains multiple minor core enhancement that augment your powers. Each cores have their own minor core enhancements. Okay. There are also minor shaper enhancements, which are common to all cores. Enhancements last for the duration of the current run and last upon death. Okay, that is pretty complicated wording for probably a simple upgrade system. Yeah. So we can get Violent Restitution, Circuit Buster, or Shield Extractor. Now I don't know if this is higher. I assume this is not higher rarity. Ooh, that sounds really good. Not telling me what the cooldown is. It's really unfortunate. If it has a 10-second cooldown, it's ass. If it has a 1-second cooldown, it depends on the weapon. Could be really good. I mean, maybe it is weapon specific. I think 50% more damage sounds, I mean, for weak spot hits, sounds pretty nice. And you might be wondering, oh, can't you sprint? Can't you move faster? Don't worry, that's gonna happen, right? I think the core movement is very similar to the way the way Doom Eternal handles it, I think, from a dashing perspective. So don't worry about it. We're gonna learn how to dash in due time. Well, what is this place? Got me feeling a little bit liminal. Looks nice. I don't even know if I ever played this on this monitor. Probably not, because I don't remember playing it at 4K. And also like the way you put your hands and stuff, like very, very Doom Eternal vibes here. Okay, dash power. You can now evade attacks and access previously out of reach areas using dash. Picking up dash recharges, instantly recharge your dash. Very much like Doom Eternal, right? So sure, a lot of influences from Doom Eternal here. Like funny that I just finished that. So I guess the game and now has this same feeling. Unfortunately, it does not have the design aspect of Doom Eternal where you can hold dash, permanently dash, but I also don't think the game features double dashes, so yeah. But really nice. I really like the dash mechanic. I kind of like it more than sprinting in these games, because sprinting is kind of more of a... Yeah, you can do it twice here. Sprinting is kind of more of a... Gonna respawn after some time, or is it already there? Okay, it's gonna respawn after some time. Yeah, sprinting is more of a, you know, get from A to B mechanic, or, you know, get into cover maybe fast, but if you're like a more of an arena shooter, I think like dashing kind of brings more fun, because it's like more of an immediate dodge than the other thing. So yeah, it's kind of nice, right? Okay, and this is an additional chest, and we're gonna get some Turinium bundle, which I think is the meta progression currency. So yeah, that should be it. And you actually did just have to go down here. I didn't realize how laggy I was. Why didn't I boot up with this to begin with? Dash technology was developed, but you were in stasis. However, it seems this upgrade was prepared with your chassis in mind. It's really important that you knock down the enemies to get armor, so whenever you can stagger them, you should try to go for it, for sure. Yeah, and also try to knock them into each other. It can be a little bit finicky at times, but... According to the devs, the game runs well on Steam Deck, and I can't judge that because sometimes performance issues are not related to hardware. There might just be some kind of generalistic bottleneck. So if the game still has them, that doesn't mean it wouldn't run much worse on Steam Deck, right? Like, some games are just weird, so I really hope it doesn't have those issues anymore. I mean, should it have significant performance issues, that would be a big no-no, right? For sure. And also, I think the game needs more options. I think looking at the option menu, even though I'm not missing any options right now, I think there are not enough options. There need to be more options for sure. I'm pretty sure I'm going to stumble across stuff I want to change, or there's stuff that other people will want to change. And I think the option menu is a bit bare bones. I mean, I can quickly show it to you. I think I didn't do that on stream. Ooh. Fortify and Fury. Let's take this one maybe. I mean, we only have 100 HP, so that would be 100% more HP. Yeah, I'm going to show you the option menu here. I mean, no, never mind. There are quite a lot of options. I was like under the impression that there weren't that many. But never mind. No, there is actually quite a bit more here. No, that's actually fine. There might be some options missing, like maybe you know, reduce some animations while picking up stuff, and you know, just make it a bit more reactive maybe sometimes. But overall, no, I think there is a ton of them. Never mind what it said. I don't know, in my mind it was like, oh no, I confused it with Wolfenstein. Never mind. In my mind it was like seeing the option menu from Wolfenstein. Wolfenstein, sorry. I should pronounce it probably in the German way. Yeah, you also have a 3D minimap at the top, which is nice, I guess. I usually don't like using maps in games. I think maps in games are like a double-edged sword. Credits bundle, 50 credits. Yeah, it's a double-edged sword because on the one hand, you're gonna have more, you know, skill to navigate stuff by looking at it. But the problem is you might just become overly reliant on it and not look at the game anymore, right? You're just looking at the map. And I really don't like looking at the map the entire time. I want to play the game and not the mini-map. So a lot of games do suffer from that issue, and is this any good? It almost seems like it does 0 damage. And by the way, I'm not talking about the hit slowdown when you punch enemies, right? Like the pause you have there. That is perfectly fine. What I mean is the when you shoot them and they die, the pause, right? That is the thing I'm kind of confused about. But do you produce shields for him, a chance? You can dash in all directions. I don't know what it's like on a gamepad, if you can go even more than 8 directions, but... Yeah, performance is kind of rough, right? I mean, I can already tell this is not running as well as I would want it to. I don't have an FPS overlay on at the moment because I don't like them too much. They're a bit distracting as I tend to just look at them the entire time. I mean, you can feel it though. I can feel this is sub 100 FPS at the moment. Which is, I guess, still okay at 4K, but let's be real, this should be running easily at 200 FPS, right, from a visual perspective. Yeah, there definitely seems to be some kind of optimization issue when it comes to the core design here. Because I mean, yeah, this is great. This looks cool and everything, but if you look at it, just from a... this looks nice. I'm not gonna say it doesn't look nice, right? It looks nice, right? But when you go closer, you can see like this is probably graphics quality from a decade ago, right? And it's very, very minimalistic, and you know, like you can see it looks nice, right? Everything looks nice. I don't have an issue with the graphics, but this should run way better, right? And I wonder what the bottlenecks are, though. Okay, got a new ability, the Echo Waves. Projects multiple waves of energy that inflict vibro and reflect on surfaces. Kills recharge 10% of this ability cooldown. Okay. Yeah, so I really have to say adding DLSS would hopefully help there, unless it's like a CPU bottleneck, which, like I said, didn't check that. I could check it if I wanted to, but yeah. And also they have like TP stuff to just bring you back to the place you needed to go before, which is really nice because you don't have to backtrack as much. I think that was missing at the start. So that's nice to see, like the vibro waves, which are really strong. Kind of nice. Oh yeah, the UI. I think the UI there, I think, is a cool option for that, because you can, I think, turn it off. I think, or not. Did I remember that incorrectly? You can also change the HUD opacity, which is, I guess, nice, but are you able to turn it off? Oh, by the way, vertical FOV, so 77 is roughly 110 horizontal FOV. I think it's a 16:9 FOV type. Yeah, I don't think you can change that, fortunately. Yeah, yeah, I talked about the HUD, right? And you can already see what the problems are. I think the HUD here, it looks nice, but at the same time also, why do we need this overlay, right? Like, I get the idea it's supposed to be through a helmet, but I think the HUD is a bit, I would say, ugly, and like, I can't point it, right? Let's talk about it a little bit, maybe. Okay, so first of all, the alignment here might be FOV based, but it's kind of off, right? So it doesn't seem like you're looking through a visor, but it's just like, it's a bit off here at the sides for me. I don't know, it doesn't give you a feeling of really looking through something because of the way this works. Could be FOV related, I don't know. This HP bar, I mean, I assume there's going to be new stuff down here, right? If there isn't, the HP bar should be down here because it is pretty high. And also the way the fonts are like not, they're kind of misaligned in a way, right? This does not look like aesthetically pleasing to me. Like something about the way it's aligned here is not that nice. Like everything being a little bit curved, it's just like, I don't know, right? For example, here the mouse is not aligned with this icon. This is roughly aligned with this, but not perfectly. I don't know. Something about the UI is not my cup of tea, right? I think it's too much of, it's too center. It should be more to the sides down here, to be honest. And yeah, I just don't know. I feel like it's, and also having the visor effect is not too much of my cup of tea, right? It's not a big deal, but it's still, it is there, right? It's always there. So for sure not the biggest fan of that decision. I can get why you want to do it, but you should make that an option for sure. And like, since this is version 1.0, I'm going to be way more critical than early access, because when it's in early access, I'm always like, oh yeah, this can change, this can change. But this is what, I mean, could still change, right? But this is what you're getting at the moment in version 1.0, so that's why I'm also being, you know, a bit more critical of the things I think they should have changed during early access, or made optional at least, right? The aftershock, okay. Fires rounds that reflect and affect vibro. Yeah, now I don't know what level you are. You're level 2. Okay, like, yeah. How do I feel like about using Roman numerals, or Roman numbers in games? I mean, I don't mind them. It's pretty cool, but the thing is, you should maybe explain them. I don't even know. Do you need to explain them? Because some people might be confused by that. Assuming they're Roman, Roman numbers. I mean, maybe this is like check marks, but I assume this is going to become a V and whatnot, right? But I guess it's cool because I learned it via games, right? And the way I learned this was by gaming, right? And so I guess, you know, you do learn it, but also at the same time, it's not something everyone knows intuitively. So. DNA testing, techno-organic research. This one was the hostile. Okay. I also remember the game having an issue with a little bit too much loot in the levels, where you have to go out of your way and go at this and check every single corner in the map. But I think the 3D map solved that to some degree, so I don't even know if that was in the game when I last played. It's been a while, so yeah. But I'll let you know if it's still an issue. I always want to double jump. Okay, there seems to be something up here. Now I do not know how to activate this elevator, so I'm just gonna ignore it. Yeah, oh, this looks really nice. This was one of the rooms that was performing really, really badly before the update, so I really hope that's not the case anymore. I remember this room specifically being extremely low FPS, so I hope they fix whatever bottleneck was there. I mean, so far it seems pretty consistent from a performance perspective, which at 4K is not that great, but I don't even think the performance is the core issue I have at the moment. The core issues, I still think the way the enemies move and react to your shots in general seems very, very framey. Like, almost like you're like playing an MMO with desync or something. I don't know, it's like, it's kind of weird. I don't even know how to get up there. Okay, how far do you dash? A little bit. And also the game had a little bit of issues with difficulty balancing. Mirror shot turret. So some things in the game were like some enemies really had a bunch of HP at some point. I really hope they kind of balanced that, because it wasn't fun, right? Everything would just like took 10 hours to kill. And so far, I mean, we're early in the run, right? So far they seem pretty nice from an HP perspective. Still have no idea what their weak spots are, but oh yeah, they also have this weird side, like, look at how hard it is to punch this guy. This should not be that hard. Yeah, some things are a bit, like, less polished, especially when you played a bunch of RoboQuest. I guess when you're coming from Gunfire Reborn, you're gonna be like, oh yeah, this feels like this. You know, Gunfire is also a bit clunky. But when you played RoboQuest for a bunch of time, where everything's so super clean, it does feel noticeably more janky, right? From a a core movement, shooting, mechanic perspective. So yeah, it's not quite as tight, right? I would say this is one level below those games. It's not terrible or anything, but it's definitely not peak. And this is not a good idea. You should never have a pickup animation that is this long for something that you're gonna do in a roguelite. I always say roguelites, if you design a roguelite, you get one freebie for a long animation, and every subsequent animation has to be fucking tight. Because players are gonna see it over and over again, so every time you waste people's time with an animation in a roguelite, it is so much worse than in a single player game where you're gonna see it one time, right? Roguelites are really, really susceptible to small issues adding up, so you really don't want to have animations that waste people's time. And this is basically, you know, me saying that I could potentially, if I was on the team, I would have a lot of stuff that I would change, right? Like small things, you can hear that, right? I would change a lot of small things, not like the big picture, but just like the execution of individual parts. And I think a lot of devs are not that great, and I don't even know why that is, to just like get these things right. I don't know what it is. Maybe they're not like autistic enough or some shit, but I wonder, right? Why is it that I noticed right away and people just like don't care when making the games? Not all of them, right? Some of them are amazing at it, but a lot of them just like kind of fuck up the small parts. Okay, but enemy takedown explosions have a chance to also create a stun explosion. Fury stacks deplete at one at a time. Weapons ability. I don't even know what Fury is. Like, how do I get that even? Enemies affected by at least one condition are more susceptible to critical hit. Oh, yeah, so I guess there is like crit and precision hits. So there's crit and precision hits, which is different than RoboQuest, where there's only crits, right? And there's super crits too, obviously. But in this case, there is crit and there is like weak spot damage. Sure, why not? I mean, we do have like the this one. Vibro. Victim shares a portion of the damage with other foes also affected with Vibro. Effect stacks. At each stack, at max stack triggers resonance, a sound blast, and then inflicts slow and vibro. Oh, cool. Sounds pretty nice. This one's uncommon. The battering ram, a minor enhancer, or a plasma blast. You know what? I kind of feel like just like getting another one of those. I mean, this sounds pretty ass. I mean, we don't have any fortified synergies, I think, right? The thing is, we don't have a core ability. You might be wondering, why are there so many effects that do nothing for you? That is because you're gonna unlock a bunch of stuff that will make that way better, right? The deck, Holly, we got trouble. She doesn't look like trouble to me, Huck. She looks like a customer. Welcome, welcome, step right up. The bizarre gameplay right here. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. You might be wondering, why don't you just fucking play the Bazaar? First of all, it's like, I think, opt-in. Like, no, pay money to play at the moment. And I'm not sure I want to get into another gambling casino type. Probably gacha type game again. Not because I'm susceptible to spending money, but just because I kind of value just being able to play something without having this shitty daily stuff grind, right? Just like having no daily drivers is kind of nice for gaming. Because this like frees up so much time. But I do wonder if I just want to look into it, because I heard so many good things about it, also bad things from a high critical level, I guess. Also, I've been watching a little bit of Kriparian playing it, and he does have some complaints, but I think he still very, very much likes the game though. Okay, this is the shop, and in the early access version, it has terrible pricing. And as far as I can tell, the prices still are pretty rough here. But I will purchase the HP maybe? I don't know. And now we don't have any money, which is, I guess, okay. Yeah, the first level does not have a boss, but the second one I think does. Here a little bit of weird non-16:9 aspect ratio loading screen. But also not like cinema style or anything. It's like kind of weird aspect ratio. But those things I don't care too much about. This is just like, I noticed them. Looking nice. Yeah, they're just trash talking. I mean, you can read it. I sometimes read it. I think having non-voice dialogue in games while playing is always a big issue, because even having like Japanese voiceover with subtitles, for example, you might say, oh, you also have to read. Yeah, but I know when they're talking. I mean, you could say, yeah, you can see the text box, but not always. I don't always pay attention. I look around the world, right? But when you hear something, you hear it, right? You can't just ignore it. So my eyes can be off the point where the text box is, but my ears are still, you know, pointed at the speaker. So okay. I have no idea what the fuck is going on. There must be some kind of buffing. Yeah, this guy here, right? Oh my god, it's so laggy to shoot at them. But not laggy in a way the FPS. FPS, it doesn't even show. Like, it feels like the animations are running at like with inconsistent frame times. I don't even know what it is. It's like, it's so bizarre. I've never seen that in any game but this one. The thing I could most describe it by is probably like an MMO or something, but yeah, it is so weird. And I was really upfront when playing the early access version, when I, you know, had that definitely feedback for the devs and everything. I was like, this has to be fixed, right? These are things I think are core fundamental parts of your game, like shooting enemies and moving around, and then moving around is quintessential. It's not going to ruin your game if it's not perfect, but it's definitely going to hurt your game. So this alone would already prevent me from ever giving this game a perfect score, because it already has core issues. Echo Waves 2. This is exactly the same ability, and you might be, oh, that sucks, right? But the thing is, later you're going to be able, I think, to fuse and sell stuff, so that is pretty cool. Yeah, these are like screen space reflections. No, I think they're cube maps. They're not even screen space. Kind of hard to tell because there's not a lot of moving objects. So for sure it does not reflect the smoke. Yeah, I mean, they're obviously cube maps because it's not in screen space, right? Never mind. Yeah, it's obviously not ray traced, so... Hey, wait, what is this? A lore disc. But this looks like a nice place, to be honest. Okay, I mean, I've seen all these levels before, so the intra-run level variety was not insane in the early access version, but, you know, I'm just gonna judge that once I played a bit more. But it seems like I've seen all the levels we've had so far, which might just be because the biome was already finished in early access, so... You know, I'm not gonna hold that against them, as long as the variety is there between runs. So here you're seeing something which is interesting, because a lot of games, like modern FPS, tend to avoid any type of surface, like, well, how do you put that? That has like, I mean, not modern FPS, right? A lot of FPS in general just like try to avoid any non-flat surface in their games, just because it's a bit easier to program for that, and also like it feels a bit more natural to move around for the player. And it's kind of nice to see that they don't only have that. For example, if you play RoboQuest, you will notice there are some slopes, yeah, but there's almost never some kind of bumpy terrain. So it's cool to see that they went with a little bit more bumpiness here. I mean, technically, I guess it's just a slope. I don't know how much of the fine details he even takes here, but it's kind of nice to see, right? It's kind of weirdly unusual these days. And also decoding the tectonic launcher at the Cypher Cloud. Okay, we're unlocking a lot of blueprints. We don't have the double jump yet, so don't worry about it. Everything you see here, this is the complete core version, and you might get a lot of new abilities I don't know about, and you know, just like there could be a lot of, there could be significant roguelike light progression. Okay, after your shield breaks, gain additional 50% critical hit chance for 3 seconds. You do 20% for every enemy near you, up to 100%. Your dash also reflects protest as you travel. I think this one was really good. As far as I remember, at least. Oh, you can open them by dashing. That is interesting. I don't know if they changed that, or added that. It's kind of interesting here. There's a branching path here. There's something here. I can't read the map yet, so I'm just like gonna completely fill here. You can also do an air dash. It's kind of nice. Yeah, RoboQuest just got their endless mode. I already talked about that on the last stream, but definitely has some balancing issues, which is really unfortunate. Kind of nice lighting here for sure. I mean, the ground does seem to use some sort of SSR. Yeah, I should kill the fucking shield guy. I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing. Okay, they have a lot of HP by now. That's fine. As long as it feels good to kill. I don't care about the HP number. I care about how it feels to kill stuff, right? So they can be very spongy, which I know there. You know, you might be wondering, why is this such an issue? Because there was a time where you killed every enemy in very, very quickly, and people just like were like, oh, everything's so bullet spongy. I don't like how it feels. But I think that is not true, right? If it's well done, you can have an enemy with a lot of HP, and it's still fun. It just has to feel good, right? It doesn't matter what the number is. And usually a lower number will feel better, but even a higher number can feel good if the visual representation is nice. And I think Doom Eternal and also the Wolfenstein game we're currently playing with like the individual destructible body parts on the enemies really helps getting the feeling across that you're dealing damage. What feels really bad is shooting at an enemy without any visual feedback for hours and hours and hours, right? Which is where usually dads just put an HP bar so you get some kind of sense of progression. But I think it really has to feel. So the test is really easy. Do it. Is it fun? Yeah, great. If no, fix it. Okay, this is Plasma Blast 2. I think I like the other one. And you can already see maybe what I meant here. There's a bunch of chests here and there's something here. So you might end up looting a bit too long for my taste, right? There's like too many looting opportunities that are not spawned in front of you. And like I said, roguelite flow, very, very important. So you want to be careful about adding stuff that slows people down. Okay, I know it sounds kind of stupid because you usually don't do that in games. I mean, there's almost no difference here. But I'm just going to buy the HP again. Wait, didn't I pick it up the last time? Where the... Oh, I don't have the money. It's so expensive. Why is it so expensive? Even heal up. Yeah, the bosses have been pretty tough, so we might die here. Either the device matches your energy signature, grab it quickly, it will surely give you new abilities. First, you're gonna have to beat Pokemon Strike Mantis. That's cool. Short my circuits is the shaper, and now the real fun can start. Fun? Is this all a big game to you, Overlord? It's so much more than a game. Now let's cut to the preamble and dance. Okay. You're not too strong because I'm really not that great at fighting you guys. Oh, a turret. Oh, do we have to jump that? I do wonder. He falls down and then he gets like this. Oh my god, like, what the fuck is that slash? And his movement is so jank. What the fuck? I'm gonna jump. Oh, I'm just gonna jump there. What is this? Oh, it's fire. So he spawns ads here and then he slashes your HP in one go, which is kind of interesting. Wow, a bunch of ads. That is kind of unexpected. I don't lie. Yeah, the side movement while punching really leads to you sometimes missing obvious punches. It just doesn't feel like intuitive. You know, yeah, see what I mean? This is not what I wanted to do. I wanted to punch the guy right in front of me. Even though I'm strafing, I don't want to punch the other guy. Yeah, this is a really big deal to me, to be honest. I don't like that. That should not be an issue. He's gonna dash. I just don't know which attack we have to jump away from. Fuck me, I should have jumped. I mean, the laser started right in front of me. I thought I was gonna do a 360 first. Okay, but let's be real. What killed us here was the fucking punching shit. It's just such a unfortunate idea that how should it work, right? The thing is, you should punch what you're looking at, irrespective of your input, right? If you're punching and the character moves sideways, you should not miss the punch. The punch should be homing in straight on the target you're looking at, no matter your movement direction, because you're aligning your crosshair with the enemies behind him, right? This leads to completely awkward moments where you have to let go of your movement keys and attack. And I'll also mention this. I think these are all things I already called out in an early version of the game, like maybe a few months ago. It's really unfortunate they didn't fix that. It is really, really stupid. Yeah, this is our run here. Basically, you can see a recap here. Yeah, that is really unfortunate, man. Like the way the punch just misses enemies when you're not moving straight at them, because you're doing this weird sidestep thing. It's a big no-no for me. Okay, so that was a bit harder than I anticipated. Ada, you're back, and no worse for the wear. Just in time too. In time for what? I didn't realize you were so busy down here. Whoa, what am I looking at, Mimo? It's the Cypher Cloud. I completed it while you were away. Yeah, you completed my ass. It's a bunch of stuff missing. Looks amazing. What's it for? Oh, this is also a studio, just like RoboQuest. It allows you to use Turanium to decode the ciphers you discover. And they want to do a low violence game. So this is meant to be a game that can also be played by kids, which I like, right? Having games with a low violence aspect that are still, you know, I mean, I guess you're still killing robots, but you know how it is. Once they're there, we're going to be nice to them, hopefully. As long as they're not there, we're treating them like... The Cypher Cloud is now available. Use it to spend Turanium and permanently unlock new weapons, abilities, and talents for all. So all subsequent runs, once decoded weapons and abilities, may then be found in runs as room rewards and inside shops. Okay? Thank you, Mimo. I was wondering what the Turanium was for. Okay, so now we unlocked one of the core, or maybe the core meta progression system. Maybe one of them, I would say. Okay, yeah, we're gonna try to decode stuff, and we're also getting 25 Teridium in addition to our 100 and whatever we had, like 60 or so. Yeah, but I really like low violence games. I mean, as a kid, did I like violent games? Yes, right. I didn't mind when I was like 8, 9. Playing games like Soldier of Fortune and Doom and all those things, right? And Wolfenstein. I did not mind, right? But I'm pretty sure some parents will mind their kids playing that. I mean, you might be saying, well, what did your parents do? First of all, my father was in the military. Wasn't that home that often because he was like abroad, right? He moved around a lot. And my mother was technically illiterate, so she did not know what I was doing, and I was completely on my own, basically. Yeah, so she obviously she could have like made an effort to find out what we were doing, but at the same time I was always open about it. Especially when I was older, I was like, oh look, mother, this looks fun. And she was like, oh my god, what is she playing? But yeah, she didn't have any idea about PCs back then, and so she couldn't really, you know, she didn't know what we were doing, basically. Yeah, I guess if she would have known, she probably would have restricted it way more, because, yeah, she definitely doesn't like those things too much. But then again, did it hurt me? No, but it could hurt other people, so we should, for sure, appreciate games that are, like, obviously more suited for kids, because you're just killing cute robots, right? Okay, it's also funny, right, when I was a kid, like a lot of stuff just happens when you might be a parent, you might say, yeah, I'm gonna control everything my kid does. But you know, one day we just went to a farm, and the farmer was like, it was the father of a friend, right? Oh yeah, you wanna come? We're gonna kill a pig and I'm gonna show you how it works. I was like, yeah, sure, let's go. And we're like, I don't know, 6 years old or something. Yeah, I guess like 6, maybe even 5 to 7 years old or something. And I was like, yeah, sure, why not? And then, you know, we saw the pig getting bleed out and like cut to pieces and all that. And I was like, you know what? That makes sense, right? We're eating it, right? How else would we get the meat, right? And I think that is a very natural thing. And a lot of parents just think like they're going to control everything a kid's going to see. But sometimes, you know, that's good because they will see stuff the parents are stupid about. Because I think every person that eats meat should have seen an animal die in front of them and get right killed and, you know, butchered and all those things. That is perfectly normal. Because you're going to eat meat, right? And you're going to have to know where it's coming from. And also every time I see my niece, you know, oh, you know what you ate there on your pizza? What is salami? Oh, it's a pig, right? I'm telling her straight up, this is the animal you're eating because she knows all the animals. And I'm teaching her that we eat a bunch of them. And also, you know, just like teaching them a little bit about what humans do with animals, right? Not that they're mean to them, but just like that they're also, you know, used for food production and stuff like that. And it's, you know, the way things are at the moment. Yeah, so I think it's really, really cool that we have games for kids, but at the same time, it's also, you know, reality is not is there, right? If you shoot your mother, there's not going to be pink confetti coming out. She's going to be dead, right? And the kid should better have a real idea about what, you know, happens when you do things to things, right? I'm pretty sure like a kid just for fun like shoots her mom with a gun. Oh, she didn't TP out of Fortnite. I thought she was going to respawn. You know what I mean? It's just like that's why a realistic idea of what would happen is kind of, you know, not bad to have. Leads to a more realistic world view for sure. I mean, at a certain age, obviously. I mean, like at 4 years old, when the kid doesn't know what the fuck is going on. But when it gets older, right, just like teach it. It's normal. And prepare it for what other people might show it, right? You better make sure you're the guy, the person teaching your kid the stuff that is kind of rough, right? You don't want the kid to find out. For example, how did I learn about the Third Reich? How did I learn about it? Via video games, right? So you probably want to make sure your kid is, I mean, yeah, that's a topic for later in school usually, but still, if you can stumble across it, it's maybe, you know, it's maybe nice to just have a good perspective on it before you just see it as somewhere else. So yeah, if you know your kid's going to be facing something, just go and, you know, teach it yourself if you feel like you're a good source of information. Because if you suck at it, don't do it, right? If you're terrible and have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, just let someone else who has more to teach them. But if you feel like you're kind of competent and you want to, you know, it to be a safer, smoother transition to reality, just like, you know, just like teach them. Your weapons automatically reload when holstered. Okay, that sounds useless. Max health, combat shields. These are really cheap. I'm just gonna buy the cheapest ones, to be honest. Mod extractor. I'm really just gonna buy the cheapest ones. See, the price jump there is kind of crazy. The auto loader, I don't give a shit about. You can now extract modifiers from unwanted weapons and or abilities to a modifier slot in your inventory. The unwanted gear item is destroyed in the process. Modifiers in your inventory affect the gear in the slots there in mark. Okay. A modifier slot. I don't even remember it. Maybe this is a new mechanic. And we can only buy this one. I'm gonna buy it. It's gone, but the weapons will now reload automatically when holstered. You can have two, I think. Drawing a holster weapon that is auto-reloaded will reset the reloading process. Oh, that is auto-reloading. You can see in the cooldown. Oh, okay, that's nice. I don't like to use two weapons. I'm lazy, so no idea if I will swap anything here, but okay, cool. A little bit of upgrade here. Upgrade stuff here. We have the dash. And this one here is not active. I just remember what this is for. Wait, wasn't there like a room we could select stuff in? And I do have to turn off TAA just to see if TAA is causing that. I don't want to be the guy that misses the option that makes it better. Does TAA help with the movement? I'm gonna let this flying guy live here. don't think it does help. No, no. No, TA doesn't. I mean, blurs it a little bit more maybe, but I don't think it changes too much, to be honest. It's almost like they try to do some kind of slowdown effect when killing enemies, but that doesn't really work, right? It's like, it might even be intentional, because the slowdowns are a really good tool to increase visual impact, but it really has to be used in a smart way, and I don't feel like this is a smart use case. Because it looks wrong, right? It just looks like there's lag. Also, opening the chests, right? Just look at how this stuff comes out. Just like, I don't know, something about it just doesn't pop. I don't know what it is. It's so weird, right? It looks like a completely normal, functional thing, but it doesn't do give you the good feeling a Mario game gives you when something pops out or something. So yeah, they didn't do the best job there, sure. But so far, no significant performance degradation. The core performance is not great, but also the structural environment. At 4K, I think it should be, realistically, it should be 50% more, I think. 50% more FPS on the highest setting for this visual, right? There might be one effect that may be super unoptimized, and I didn't optimize the game yet, but the easiest solution is really to fucking add a DLSS, right? Just add DLSS, XeSS, FSR, just like the 3 big upscalers. I mean, you're not an Unreal Engine, unfortunately. I would just want to say you can also use the Unreal upscaler, but yeah, just add these and you will be just like in such a better place. Crimson Repeater. Ooh, it's like a charged gun. Interesting. I just walk against it? No, so you have to dash or open it. Yeah, this is too long, right? Just like instantly show me this. I don't give a shit about the animation. Just make it like in the background or some shit. Ooh. Yeah, this sounds really OP. Assuming it triggers consistently. You know what I mean? Just like look at this. Everything looks like is at a lower frame rate. Like there seems to be some kind of weird frame rate, unrelated frame rate, like animations and stuff like that, just running at a different frame rate. But I don't even know if that's the case. It just like looks kind of chunky and choppy. Shaper hacks. You may now may activate shaper hacks at the start of every floor upon defeating overlords. Hacks allow you to deploy combat ingredients and activate effects to aid you in battle within the overlord's towers. But most hacks last for an entire floor ahead. The effects of greater hacks are more powerful and will persist for the duration of the run. So it's like kind of like room modifiers, like explosive barrels and stuff like that. I mean, the AA on some of these elements is so shit. I don't know. Like, and this is 4K, right? So this is not possible for us at the moment. Interestingly enough, you need more and more stuff to progress there. And I don't mind over tutorialization here. Just like tell the player, hey, you can't do this yet, right? Just a little hint. You don't need it, but it would be pretty nice for the most part. Oh yeah, and by the way, the game, what is it called, like blah 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 Nikki, the newest like dress-up game from some kind of former Breath of the Wild dev, whatever that means. I mean, you know, a lot of people are like, oh, it's from a former dev of XYZ, but you don't even know what the role was, right? It could literally be the sound designer or something, right? But it seems like it's a really good game. I can give it a 9 out of 10 and it seems to be really fun. Maybe we're gonna look at it. I will definitely give it a shot off stream, look at it just like that, but yeah, maybe it's fun, but it's a gacha game, so As always, parental advice, my advice is it's a casino for kids again, and the cozy vibes, don't let them fool you. It's still a fucking gambling game. So doesn't mean you have to, but I'll always say it's gacha, it's gambling, right? Especially when you have kids playing those games, make them aware this is gambling. And I will be real with you. It will teach them about gambling, that you lose a lot, but I think still you should just have a really cool example of gambling, right? Just like give your kid a very, very low percentage chance gambling mini game you're gonna play with them, just like some dice or cards game, and let them gamble some of their pocket, like their allowance, and you know, just gamble with them and let them lose a fuck ton of money so they get fucking taught what it is, right? So they learn how likely it is to fucking lose. And if they win instantly, you pick the wrong game. Just pick one that's fucking unlikely, right? Like the lottery or some shit. So they learn this is very unlikely. Okay. Yeah, teaching kids early about like likelihood and stuff like that is so important. Also about what, like, yeah, money and stuff like that. I think it's really funny how you go to school and the topic of money is almost never brought up. Like economy and stuff like that. It's like, I don't even know if I had any economy classes before I was in university. Like, I don't even know, right? Any business classes. I don't think I had any before that. So it's kind of crazy. But at that point, when I had those classes, I was already very advanced in math, right? Because I needed it for the medical technology studies. And so already was like super like good in all the probability stuff for information technology purposes. So at the point I came there, for me it was trivial, but still it was like, yeah, maybe we should have had that at school, in school. I don't know, kind of important, but whatever. I'm kind of stalling here. I'm gonna go again for Gravity Garden, and then maybe let's take another one. Let's go for the same boss again, but in the Storm Scraper, so we can maybe learn the boss patterns a bit better. Yeah, I'm not gonna read the effects of this tower. I hope everything's visually clear, and if not, that would be terrible. So. Here, directional punches. Yeah, I get what you want to do with this. It's a terrible idea. We're playing an FPS. I aim where I want to punch people. I get it, right? You can punch diagonally, like, I'll demonstrate. If I punch like this, I will punch the enemy. Okay. That's cool. This will punch the enemy straight, right? But if I walk like this here, this will, first of all, it doesn't aim home in on the enemy, but it will punch the enemy like this, right? If I punch an enemy here, this will knock him here, right? So it is a very unintuitive thing, and unfortunately, I think there is no option to turn that off, right? I think the idea is nice. It doesn't suit an FPS at all. I know that this way you don't have to aim like this, right? You can just do bam. But the thing is, you're also moving diagonally, so it is really awkward and leads to you missing enemies so often after you felt like you positioned yourself really nicely. Okay, this is one we can't open just yet. And you can see there's also like a little bit of Metroidvania stuff going on here with the stuff you can't access yet. So a lot of different elements in the game. That is in so many games these days that I do think the Megaman comparison is the one that is the most apt from a theme perspective. Because mechanically, there is a bunch of stuff from like a large number of games. My damage is like complete dog shit. Yeah, I just don't like not being allowed to move sideways while punching if I want to aim where I'm aiming. Okay, we got him. These are the Fortify upgrades, and you can see we have 4 stacks of Fortify, which does not seem to go away. Guess it's when we get hit or something. Fortify. I don't even know. Pretty sure the game explained it somewhere, but No idea how to look at it right now. Dude, this is just like, why waste a few seconds of my lifetime every single time I pick this up? Stun explosion of your shield breaks, reloads all your weapons, recharges the equipment ability. This effect is equal to 10 seconds. No, we want to get the stun here. 10 seems to be max stacks for Fortify. Okay. We have to dash? What the? Maybe we have to dash like this? Oh yeah. That is interesting. These are like new puzzle rooms I've never seen before. Okay. What? What the? Huh? What? Oh, this just opens the doors to leave here, but what is this? Huh? I have stupid. No, I don't know. How would you open? Maybe you have to like combine this in a. You have to be fast about it, maybe? No, it's already open, right? So. Huh? Wait. What did we do this for then? I don't know. Okay. It's like a completely useless room. Man, watching Dan Giesing play Onion Delivery, like the UFO 50 game, that's when we beat. It really seems to bring out the best in every single human on Earth playing this game. Like the sounds and faces you make when playing it are like fucking hilarious. There is something up here and I don't think we can get to it just yet, because I know there is a vertical progression item in the game. Yeah, overall I think I played the game for 10 hours, but it was always like on it. Fuck me, wrong way. It was always like on and off, and I think there was no point in time where I was like, oh yeah, this is now the moment where I want to play the game so much. Because it always had the performance issues, but now I think it didn't have those just yet. Just the core performance is not quite there, but like, kidding me? Wait, the room is over there? I don't even know. So supposedly the way forward is over here. Yeah, performance was the reason why I never played the game more. And a real game, you have to tell me what the fuck do you mean? There's a door here. You might say I'm dumb, and that's true, but at the same time, this was so distracting that I was like, oh yeah, there, right? I didn't see this as a door. I thought it was like a dead end. And don't ask me why. That's on me. This ability is like super bad. It does no damage, and I don't know, it just like, sucks ass. Yeah, I'm gonna demonstrate the sideways throwing mechanic at some point. Where is your weak spot, man? Like, is it this? Okay, so you can do this, and then you, yeah, it's kind of hard. Oh my god, it's so hard. And then you hit him somewhere, I guess. Wow. Okay, where's your weak spot? Is it there? 8, 7, 11, 8. Okay, weak spot seems to be their head, right here. It was like shooting in their dick, I don't know why. Yeah. I mean, just like having different weak spots and stuff like that in enemies. Not a lot of games get that right. Just like having the feeling of precisely shooting at another location. I guess it also requires precise aiming, maybe that's why, but... Yeah, this is a shock rifle. I remember this one being really good in early access. Now we can recycle it if we want to. And we're gonna get some money out of it, like 7, which is pathetic. Okay, now there is a branching path over here, and there is another path behind me. I do not know what this means, so I'm gonna go here. Okay. What the fuck is this weird shit? don't think I got hit. Maybe? I don't know. And this might be just a dead end where we go back. Is that it? And let's try it out again. Why? Like, I don't see the point in it, right? I'd rather position myself and just like fucking knock them correctly. I can try it here, I guess. I mean, I guess it does give you... I mean, the weird thing is you still move away, right? So I can't even hit him left from here. Like, I don't know. This just doesn't feel like the way I would like this to go. What does Q do? Yeah, there's also EMP, Meltdown, and like fun synergies. This gun is really good. And if you're wondering why do you stand like an idiot, it's because I don't want to move sideways while walking, while punching them. So it kind of leads to these awkward moments where it's a move. But yeah, I wish I could turn off directional punches. That would be a huge improvement to the game for me, for sure. Okay, now we can extract the modifier and put it here, for example. And that would be great if we now had a vibro inducing ability. And yeah, the game also has some Overwatch themed stuff, right? You can tell, right, what devs have been playing, like RoboQuest 2. There's a lot of influence from there, but I really appreciate the portal back. That is a huge plus for me. And just a reminder why I expect more FPS. I mean, if this is your cube map reflection resolution, like, you know, you know what I mean. Like, this should be running, it should run like a fucking, like butter at 4K too. And if it doesn't, just add DLSS, or you can call it, was kind of tight. But it's still fun, right? I'm not trying to shit talk the game too much. It's still fun, but I do think these things should have been fixed or changed, right? Like, just look at how fucking stuttery this anime. I would love to play this on another PC just to see if this is a high-end issue or. Okay, now it deploys a buff generator that increases speed of all foes. Yeah, I like the idea of that too, right? The modifiers and stuff, like the core ideas are really cool. I think they have, like, really appreciate those. But the execution does really need a little bit more work. And I don't know if it's also only 1 year, quote unquote, in early access. So I have no idea if it was just like, you know, we can't afford the development anymore, like they didn't make enough money or something. You know, you never know, right? Because it's like a new studio. So they might not have had enough success to sustain development. So I have no idea, right, how finished the game is, basically. It seems pretty finished because it was already a good version. But it's just about like the tech stuff, right? Maybe they just didn't have the time to invest into polishing these aspects further. Or there was nobody on the team that had the competence to do so, which is also probably very likely. Because otherwise I don't think it would have happened in the first place. Ooh, that's cool. Definitely some new ones that are a bit more interesting that they had than what they had before. Yeah, so do I like the game? Yeah, I like the game, right? I think I like the game, but I'm just like trying to showcase that even though I think they did a good job with a lot of things, the core stuff is not as good as it could be. Defeat all enemies to lock them, to enter lockdown. Let's look at this, right? If I punch him like this, like what is the punch? I mean, I guess it looks like it was useful, but just look at the punch direction, right? It's completely fucking bullshit. And also the game does use... look at the frame rate. Maybe it is the vertical... No, I don't even know what it is. Maybe it's like the vertical update rate when they go over slopes or some shit. Laser turret. Okay, where is it? I mean, it's still really fun. So that is why I'm like kind of bummed out that they didn't make it better, right? Like the core stuff. If that was like the same stuff just without the stutteriness on the enemies and a better punching mechanic, man, that would, and the weird like almost latency based killing, that would be so dope. So it's like these things, like the core stuff fixed. Because I already said this game has a lot of potential, right? That's what I always said. It had a lot of potential. I think it does deliver also on a lot of it, but at the same time, it also doesn't fully deliver in the core aspects, which are kind of not that, I guess, related to the game, right? Any FPS I would play that had this type of animation stuttering, I would definitely say something, right? I mean, we're not playing Horizon Forbidden West because of the stutteriness of DLSS, so I'm like waiting for the 5090, right? Like, that's the level I'm at, yeah. But you know, some people just don't give a shit, so that's perfectly fine. If you know you don't give a shit about that stuff, perfectly fine, right? Some people are fine with 30 FPS, so and that's great because it's really cheap and easy to achieve, right? So if you like 30 FPS and you don't need more, I mean, pretty sure you would benefit from more, but you don't need more and you're happy with it, perfectly fine, right? You win. I mean, you lose a lot of visual fidelity, but you still win because you're enjoying it, right? It doesn't matter. When I was a kid, I was playing 60 FPS Game Boy games, which wasn't 30, right? So there must have been a reason why they didn't go with 30 for a lot. I mean, not a lot of them had 60, but some of them, right? But yeah, it's kind of fun to see. The more you play and the more you know is how it's supposed to be, the more you notice just how stuff is not perfect. Which I guess is good and bad at the same time, because you can appreciate perfection more, but also you enjoy stuff that is otherwise pretty functional less, right? This game is running at like, I guess 100 to maybe 140 FPS. And I'm so used to more FPS in these types of games at the moment that I'm like, oh yeah, this feels okay, right? Before I would have said this feels great. I mean, not the stutteriness of the enemies, just like the core fluidity. Ooh. But this sounds OP as fuck. This also sounds pretty good. I don't know what... Wait, we should look at this one. What is Fortify? Reduces the next damage tape by 9% per stack. All attacks are consumed on hit. Okay, that's really good. I mean, well, maybe not. Oh, why did I pick this one without looking at the other stuff? Shit. Ooh, this is fucking broken. I mean, once we're almost dead. I mean, 90% more damage at 10% HP sounds good to me. What the fuck are you? Oh, you're a challenge. But we haven't unlocked the challenge yet. See, this chest is a nice idea. What is a better solution than having a chest here? Obviously just having the pickup, right? And even better, have the pickup sucked in at this range so you can just like pick it up without even having to care, right? Every single thing you have to do that doesn't add a lot of feel good moments, which the chests don't, I think, because they don't feel good to open, should just be done automatically. In some games, opening chests can feel amazing, right? But I think in a roguelite that's supposed to be a fast-paced FPS, just like having to go to every single chest, even dashing at them, is not a good idea, I think. Just like, let me pick it up. And not the chest, but the item inside. If it's like a predictable item, right? Chests are great for random stuff. If you don't know what's inside, chest is a good solution. If you know what the item is, just put it on the ground. And a shield chest always has shield, so just put it on the ground. Contains minor enhancement to, that augment the ability of your super cores. Yeah, why not? Sure. See this animation? Every single time. This sounds also pretty good, but we also have dash reload, I think, right? Or didn't we take that one? I guess we didn't take the dash reload. I mean, is Reflect really that good? I think they will still remove the Fortify stack. I don't know how strong Reflect is. I mean, this has a cooldown. I assume it's weapon-based. I mean, yeah, I guess then not putting a number there would be misleading. It's really hard to tell if it's good or not. Like, if the cooldown is significant, it's useless. If it's, like, very short, it's amazing. So, yeah, we would have to test that. The Storm Scraper Upper Tower. Also, like, this looks... I think the visual aesthetic of the loading screen is really ugly. I don't know what it is. They put some kind of filter over it, which just does not work for me. I think the game looks way prettier than the loading screens. Wrecking balls. I mean, never had this one. Oh, there was like some kind of HP thing. Maybe I should have read all of them. You can always try it out, which is nice. I think that's a great idea, right? So the player does know what to look for and how it works in combat. That's pretty nice. Yeah, you can just like use those to attack the enemies. See, that's cool, right? That's really cool. These ideas are really nice. Maybe it's not that bad. I don't even know. Is the weapon empty? Did I? Oh, there's no way I swapped that. I'm pretty sure it's the mouse wheel. Logitech quality. What the fuck did I just punch there? We should kill the hand. Yo, EMP is fucking sick. I don't even know what it does, but seems to be pretty good. See, this is where I think the ideas are all there, right? I think this game in practice, it seems like a really cool game, and it's also fun, right? I would probably give it an 8 out of 10. But just like getting the the first impression, 8 out of 10. But the fundamental thing, really, if they fix those, it could easily be a 10 out of 10, right? Just like this, why even have chests like that everywhere, right? Like, just give me the loot somehow I don't have to think about. If it's like something I want, like money, just give it to me, right? Like looting, it's not that just one room, there's so many rooms, and the only way to efficiently get that, right, is by looking at the minimap. So you're already forcing me to look at the minimap, which I don't like, right? What does search do? I don't even know what that is. Pretty sure the game's going to explain it to me once I look at it. Huh? Can we just... yeah. Increases weapon reload speed by 50% and ability Kunoma simulator. Okay, that sounds very good. Basically 7.5% ability cooldown reduction. I mean, I guess you don't need all the armor, but still, just put it on the ground. Okay, and what I do like is that the game shows you a 3D HUD of where you can go. So you know what room types are available, even though I don't know why this one's locked. What? Oh, yeah. How long will it be open? Not that long. Good idea, sure. Like I said, Doom Eternal has a lot of these mechanics, right? But yo, big EMP grenade. And you always want to be punching enemies to get back your shield. That's pretty nice. Yeah, and I also feel like the initial delay of the punch, right? This makes you feel a bit more slower paced than it could have been. Okay, we got him. Needle. No, the shock rifle is pretty good. Can we just extract? Wait, do we have to choose here? This is just a literal key item. The needleator. Wait, this is really good. Wait, this is really good. This is synergy. Assuming we ever empty it. How many shots does this gun have? 6? Wait, what? Oh no, the other one, right? Yeah, okay, so it has 20, but... Scatterblast turret. Okay, there's like a turret build. It's kind of interesting. Still a bunch of people playing Team Fortress 2, but I almost never see anything or hear anything of the game, so I have no idea if there are updates or anything significant happening. Yeah, this is, I really like this, right? The TP back stuff and everything. That is really nice. Here they should indicate that the door is locked, to be honest, but because I assume we have to get both keys from here and then open this one. But it's small things, right? It's like it's more in the execution than in the ideas, and I think the execution is okay, right? It's still fun, but it definitely could need someone that has a bit more of a touch in the finer details of things. Like, obviously the game designers knew what they were doing, but the guys like executing the ideas were not as good as the game designers, right? Maybe they were the same person, I don't even know, right? But hey, that is my impression of the game. What the fuck is going on here? So this is a turret. They all have the shield because of this fucking bitch enemy here. Another one of them, really. I also have no idea what is good or bad. Okay, I forgot I had the grenade. Yeah, I have no idea what is a good play in the game, right? How it's meant to be played. Really? You just disappear on me, huh? What? I guess I was too far into it. Oh yeah, another one I forgot was another roguelite FPS I forgot to mention was the Cyberpunk one. I just forgot the name. I know the icon. Maybe I'm gonna look it up for you so I can tell you, because you might be looking for roguelite FPS and there are a bunch of good ones, right? This one's also good, but I think just like when I'm talking core feeling, there's just a bunch of better examples on the market. And the game I'm talking about is called Deadlink, right? Deadlink, also S tier gunplay. So there definitely are very, very good games. Witchfire, Deadlink, RoboQuest, they all really feel amazing to play. So that's why the bar is pretty high, right? I'm not like complaining from an unrealistic perspective. It's stuff that has been done recently a lot of times better. So that's why I'm mentioning it. Okay, but let's just say we're done saying that. I hereby state these things I think hold true throughout the game. Should they change, I will let you know, but I don't think they will because they're core issues. But now we're gonna focus on what the game does good and, you know, just like enjoying the game. Because when I play off stream, I'm not like permanently, oh, this sucks, right? I'm just like mentioning it because I'm streaming. But yeah, if I would play this game off stream, I would just like, okay, that is how it is, and then I would just play the game. Okay, Aftershock 2. You know what? I'm just gonna extract the modifier again. And it doesn't make sense, I think, but okay, cool that you can mod your weapons, but it also seems a bit RNG dependent on which thing you get. Why is this a branching path? I mean, I guess they're telling you this is a dead end. And I think this has been solved very brilliantly by RoboQuest by color coding areas in a specific way to show you that this is going to be an optional area. So I think RoboQuest definitely solved that issue. So they should have copy-pasted their solution, to be honest. Because I think it's the best solution I've seen so far. Just like you look at the minimap and you see there's a purple area or yellow, and that indicates that it's a secret, and if it's just like white and normal, there's nothing there, right? Yeah, performance here, a bit rough here. For sure they did not 2x the performance, the core performance, right? The core performance is still pretty mediocre. I'm just like thinking about, like, this is a performance level I would get from fully path-traced AAA games. Like, Wukong, or I guess if you want to go for first person, Doom Eternal with ray tracing runs better. I mean, admittedly at 1044p, but it is DLSS quality, so you know, you should just get fucking DLSS, I guess. But it's still, right, it does not run as good as it should. And I also think for this type of game, considering even if you had the graphic opportunity to make it really cool, also Witchfire runs better, which looks I think better. Yeah, I think even if you have the opportunity to make it a mega, you know, high end, I think this type of game and the type of visuals you're going for, they work with a very low hardware requirement. I think you don't need a big budget for the CPU performance in this game to make it work. So I think they just kind of needed to find a way to optimize what they got more, because I think this can run at easily hundreds of FPS on modern hardware. It should run easily on modern hardware, right? And the 4090 is really an unreasonable expectation, right? I'm not even talking about like some kind of kinetic. Okay, yeah, I'm not even talking. I think I like this more than bounce. I wonder if I can like change them. That's cool, just like click and open. Yeah, so I really think that this is my core criticism. The performance is definitely not it, but it's not as bad as it was, right? It was unacceptable, right? It was only acceptable because it was early access. Now I think it's not good performance, but it's acceptable. And I do remember lowering the settings to low and at low resolution still having the issues. I did not test this out because I think it runs okay at this resolution, but we for sure, I mean, just like, you know, go here and just like say fuck it, and let's go 1044p or some shit, and here, right, 1044p 16:9, and you can already see why you don't do this, because it looks like shit, right? This is what no upscaling looks like. If you ever forget how good DLSS quality looks, or even performance looks way better than this, which is 1080p. I mean, this is good 1080p, right? I mean, how does it feel before I tell you anything? I mean, it definitely runs better. Yeah. So, dear Des, add an upscaler, because native 4K sucks ass, and not having an upscaler also sucks ass. So, let's go with 1080p here. 1080p 16:9, and it looks like shit. And if you, I mean, runs really well on the 4090, right? But okay, so all I want to say here is this game needs an upscaler, and this is just a reminder for those guys who forgot how good DLSS was. This is what we had to do before. When you were in Overwatch playing with a resolution scale without upscaler, it looked like shit. It looked exactly like this did. Yeah, so for anyone forgetting how shitty that is, and even you can even go for 720p, right? You could go for 720p. I don't even want to, but I just want to demonstrate how shit it looks. I wish I had a DLSS counterpart now, but look at this, right? This can look so crisp. Shows the wrong resolution here, the aspect ratio. But yeah, this can look so much better with DLSS. So if you ever forget how cool that technology is, it's easy to remind yourself how good it is, right? Okay, and this is now 4K. I really wish we could go for 1044p. I think then the game definitely runs very well compared to this. But then again, I'm also playing RoboQuest, same issue, right? It doesn't have an upscaler, but it runs so much better. So it's like, yeah, it has the same issue that they didn't add it, but at the same time they also don't have the issue to that extent. But you always have to think of the edge case, right? Someone's gonna have a PC that is just slightly not good enough, and they're gonna need to lower the resolution, and then you need an upscaler for it not to look like shit. So, and FSR is easy to implement. I guess it would take FSR over nothing, but yeah, DLSS obviously and XeSS would be great too. Especially considering Intel's gonna release Battle Mage pretty soon, the new GPU. Like entry-level cards, so I mean they only do entry-level, I think. They're not, I mean it's funny, right? Intel low-end, AMD mid-end and low-end, and Nvidia just like more ultra high-end, and they're not even competing anymore, right? They're nobody's trying to compete with Nvidia. It's kind of sad because I like, you know, to have some competition on the market, but it is what it is. Nvidia is just better if you're into high-end gaming. Like just raw visuals, right? And FPS. I'm not talking about price. If you like a low price, probably, I mean, Battle Mage drivers, I don't know about them, but yeah, there it's much more competitive. Depending on what your budget is, an AMD card might just be better. Because it just might, you know, the raw performance for money might just be better than even with DLSS. I think there was like a comparison between like a PC with a high-end AMD card that was almost as expensive as a low-end NVIDIA, and the low-end NVIDIA obviously lost because it was just too restricted. So it's, yeah, it really depends on your budget. Sure. Definitely check. Because you can spend the same amount of money for almost double FPS. So it's kind of crazy. Consists minor enhancement. Okay. I mean, yeah, sure. What else would I buy here? Megaman music here. What is this blue and green? I don't even know. I mean, I just hope I'm gonna survive this boss. Wait, where the fuck am I? Wait, the boss is over here? Huh. And there he is again. The Strike Mantis. I like how the individual parts are animated, that's pretty cool. Fuck you. Yo, you just start right on top of me? I just want to use this mechanic for fun because I have it, right? Oh god, I'm playing like complete fucking dog shit. Should have used the EMP stuff way earlier. Is there a point not to just like fucking full send face on him here? No. So maybe the ads are bait. You should be there to replenish your shields, I guess, but there's so many of them. So many pickups and still not full HP. Okay, we killed the Strike Mantis, thank god, so we're gonna see a bit more of how the game progresses. Because I think the most issues I had with the game was later on when the performance really tanked and the enemy HP pools just exploded. The adamant core acquired. You may now equip this core as your primary core in your hideout. So yeah, this is one of the core haha mechanics of the game. New core abilities available. Use your outburst core ability to counter your foes' attacks and reflect incoming projectiles back at them. Equipping this core grants core enhancement that amplify your outburst, improves reflect effects, and other ways to generate fury and fortify buffs. So yeah, it's basically your core ability. And you can have multiple powers available as a result, and you can swap them out later too for other ones, so that's pretty cool. And yeah, you can do this now, right? which is like some kind of deflect. What the fuck? I guess they want to teach me the mechanic here, like this, right? It's pretty cool. I don't even know if it does damage. Can you see that somewhere here? Triggers all shield break effects. Wait. That's pretty good. Charges up by inflicting damage on foes. Okay. Okay, there are different charge levels. Let's just try kill him with a deflect here. Okay, nice. Got him. And by the way, since like all the streaming stuff is 60 FPS, you're gonna have to take my word for the performance stuff because it's always above 60. So for you, the difference will be almost like non-existent from a viewer perspective. So just like take my word for these things. And if you're on a 60 Hz display, then you also can like, just ignore this stuff. The newfound strength you have earned by recovering element cores caused the overlords and the minions to strengthen up and offer more resistance from now. No, it was really hard enough, man. Crybaby mode activated. Greater hacks. Liberating towers lets you activate powerful greater hacks that will remain in effect until the end of your current run. Okay. When a maximum... Oh, and hey, hey ArtX. How's the game? Asked Jesse Megus on YouTube. I think it's fun, but it does have some core issues. Just to quickly recap them. The performance is not amazing. It doesn't have any upscalers, so you can't like really play it at lower resolutions to compensate. I'm in a 4090, so very powerful system, but I do have to play at 4K, so it's like around 100 and 140 FPS in max settings. I think that could be significantly higher for the visual quality. And also the game seems to have some kind of weird lagginess and stuttery-ness to the animations of the enemies. When you shoot them, there's some kind of lagginess to how they die. And that leads to the game feeling a bit more janky. And also the punch mechanic is a bit unclean from an I think execution direction. It's just like it's kind of easy just to fumble and just not hit where you want to hit. And I think it would have been better to just simplify the mechanic to just like strike straight. And otherwise, it seems pretty fun, right? Everything else seems pretty nice. There are a few small things, right? I would give it the first 8 out of 10 impression, but like the execution is not perfect, but the ideas are really cool, right? And unfortunately, that has not changed in early access. I think it's still the same pros and cons I had with the early access version. The version 1.0 didn't change that. And you had about 40 hours in this game and you enjoyed it. That's great to hear. I mean, I have only 10 hours in this game, but I have like over 200 in RoboQuest and probably 100 plus in Witchfire and all those other games. So I did play a bunch of this story, but I waited for version 1.0 with this game because I'm really sensible when it comes to performance, right? And in the early access version, we're not talking about 100 to 140 FPS. We were talking like 30 to 40 FPS in some scenarios on the 4090, and that was just unacceptable to me. And that was 1044p too, right? Because it was on an older screen. Inside, pop on your recommendations. I'm not sure about it. And Adam was hoping it would be something similar to RoboQuest, but the jankiness might kill it for me. Yeah, so the thing is, RoboQuest is very clean, right? I don't know if you played Deadlink or Witchfire. So Deadlink, Witchfire, and RoboQuest for me are like mega clean. And when it comes to like how it feels, right, gunplay and those things, but when you compare it to Gunfire Reborn, I think it's better, right? I think maybe the animations are a bit more janky, right, from the enemy perspective, but I think it is a tad better than Gunfire Reborn from a jankiness perspective. So depending on how you feel about Gunfire Reborn, it does feel a bit better than that, in my opinion, right? But I didn't play Gunfire in quite a while, but I remember it being pretty janky feeling game. Oh, you get credits for this one. Any damage received is inflicted back on foes affected by Vibro. Shock also has a chance to inflict Pyro on foes. Burning foes gain additional stack of shock. Okay, this is cool because the weapon is, I guess, Electra at the moment. And you love Megaman, and that's what drew me to this. So it definitely has an idea of Megaman, but the core... I mean, wait, do you like Megaman a lot? Do you want to play a Megaman roguelite game? Depending on if you want it to be an FPS or not, there is a game called 20XX and 30XX, and depending on what art style you like more, 30XX is the second game of the devs. It's a Megaman Roguelite. It also has co-op for, I think, 2 players, and the first one is like a bit of an Flash aesthetic, I would call it, a bit more comic-y. And the second one, the 30XX, is has a pixel art style, a very nice one. And both of them play quite similarly, but are very fun games. And they're like Mega Man as a roguelite. They're like 2D platforming Mega Man style games. So if you really like Mega Man and you want to combine that with a roguelike, I would probably recommend 20XX or 30XX. Yeah, I don't know if you heard of those. And you never played Gunfire Reborn. Oh yeah, so I can, I mean, then it's kind of hard to compare, because if you played RoboQuest is mega clean. And this one is also, as a result, I feel like, okay, wait, although there's special powers there, blah, 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 they may obtain new powers or choose to enhance their existing ones, making them even more powerful. Okay. So I guess they get harder, right? A bit like a Mega Man, I think. I don't remember. Did the order make them harder? I can't remember. Yeah, so here, the order you choose them in is probably you should pick your worst first, and then the easier ones later, maybe. We never went to the robotics hub, so let's go there. You could look at all the traps they have, but just like, just gonna ignore that. Yeah, so what makes this more into a Mega Man game is definitely the level selection plus boss selection, right? That is definitely a Mega Man-esque thing, and also you have like, I guess a blaster if you want to. There's also that type of weapon, but I guess the core structure of the levels is a bit Mega Man-esque, but it's not like Mega Man-esque. And also I think if you like Mega Man, 30XX and 20XX, the other roguelites I just mentioned, they have also I think a classic Mega Man mode if you don't like roguelites at all. So if you do want a Mega Man experience, you can also play those as a classic Mega Man experience if you want to. Yeah. I might just get into Witchfire later on, what you think of that one. Witchfire is amazing. Like, it's made by the Painkiller devs, which is one of my favorite retro FPS, and it is fucking good. It has peak gunplay, but it is not, I mean, it's different than RoboQuest, right? If you want something a bit more similar to RoboQuest from a gameplay perspective, I think it would be Deadlink. If you never played Deadlink, RoboQuest, and Witchfire are like the, I think, peak gunplay. So that is more in line, I think, with the RoboQuest gameplay, because Witchfire is a bit of an extraction shooter type. I mean, it's very unique, right? But it has a little bit of a different game flow than RoboQuest, right? You go into a mission and you explore the areas. They're not procedurally generated, but the objectives are, and you try to get out without dying. And that is basically the idea of that game. It's a bit different, but the gunplay feels really good and the abilities feel amazing. It's like really, really S tier feeling-wise for sure. Sorry for not playing much because I'm reading so much now. I have both of them. I actually prefer Metal Unit over both of those. Oh, Metal Unit I've never heard of. Is it like is it also a Mega Man-like roguelite, or is it just like a Mega Man-like? A good recommendations. My biggest flaw for this game is it feels repetitive after a while, not enough varied gameplay. Yeah, I read that on Steam too, that the variety is not quite there, and I think that is where the type of player obviously is important. Some people just need a carrot, and sometimes also it's the type of game, because some games just like, for example, if the gunplay is super fun, right, you just can have a good time just shooting things, right? But if the gunplay is not mega good, you usually go for the meta progression stuff with the builds, and then the question is, yeah, how much fun is the game from a replayability perspective? But that's also very subjective, right? So I have no idea how much I'll play this game. Considering I'm playing 100 games at the same time, it feels like I'm not going to have that much time on this game. I'm probably going to end up maybe playing 20 to 50 hours. But if I had an infinite amount of time, I wouldn't know how much I would play. Okay, but let's maybe take the Vibro barrels here. So if we're not playing, by the way. Is it reading too much? Yeah, I can just shoot them, I guess, and then they explode. Which is a cool idea. I still think the idea is very nice. Okay, no idea what this is. And Metal Unit looks nice. I'm definitely gonna look it up after the stream. Is it, what type of game is it? Is it like 2D platforming, or is it like a 3D game? Metal Unit is a side-scroller roguelike. Oh, that's cool. Okay. You say it's Dead Cells meets Mega Man. I never heard of it. That's really unusual. Because usually I know most good games. I know them, right? I didn't play all of them because there's too many. But never heard of that one. Maybe when I see it, I remember. Because sometimes I'm also kind of bad with names when I didn't play the game. And I do think the game is not mega easy, right? Like, we're playing on the base difficulty. As far as I know, it doesn't have difficulty selection from the get-go. So compared to the base difficulty in RoboQuest, I think this is a bit harder, especially since it's kind of not clear sometimes when you take damage and what you should have done differently. I'm not saying it's a harder game, I'm just saying it's maybe not the most intuitive game when you die. But I wonder if that's better now, because in early access there were enemies that had like 1 billion HP at some point and just like felt a bit more slower paced. We have Pulse Grenade 3, I think. We can put 10% cooldown reduction in this. Yeah, but my knowledge of the game, like I said, it's a first impression stream here, so I did play in the early access version, but I'm by far not very knowledgeable about how the late game looks like and all those things, right? For that I will have to play a bit more, for sure. I really dislike streamers just being like, hey, by the way, I played 10 hours of, not 10 hours, I played like, I don't know, 5 hours of this game, and yeah, the game's shit, because I didn't even finish it, right? So, I'm being honest, and I didn't play enough to have a really good late game opinion. This is like a first impression. So I'm focusing a bit more on the objective stuff like tech and stuff like that, which is like easy to see right away, like. But I do think we are dealing way more damage than I did in the early access version, and I don't know why that is. He seems to have some kind of smoke bombs, which is funny. Can we jump and punch? Oh yeah, we sure can. Wait, can we punch up? Oh yeah, we can. Yeah, it is fun, right? It is a fun game. It's just like the performance is unfortunately a bit low, on the lower side. But I wonder how it is if you would lower the settings and be 1080p, unlocked FPS, just see how much it actually can do. Enemy? Enemy? Wait, there's supposedly an enemy here, but... maybe he's bugged, I don't know. Can you hear it? Like, I think he's below us somewhere. I mean, did I have game-breaking bugs so far? It might be in here. I don't know. Oh, this is really cool. I didn't know this is how it works. Is this an enemy? No. Crap, right? Let me know if you see someone. There's like this indicator that there's an enemy. I mean, I guess we can use it to know where it is, right? It says here. Oh no, that's just the trap. Maybe. I think it's just the trap, right? I never had a... shoot all nearby switches before the timer runs out. I think that might be for later, once we beat the room. Because you can see we're under lockdown, right? That would be really unfortunate to have a game-breaking bug in the second run. And you I think you can't save and quit either. Oh, that is really unfortunate, because we can't... I mean, it's to prevent save scumming, I guess. There's always this balance in roguelites. You want to have like save states or not, because people can just abuse it for cheating. And it might, you might say it doesn't make a difference because you can cheat anyway. But the thing is, if a game makes cheating easy, people will probably just like do it at some point if they're annoyed, and it might devalue the game. So having like cheats too easily available is not always the best thing. So I'm kind of a no save state guy and shorter run guy. So sub 1 hour runs and no save state is perfectly fine. But if you have 6 hour runs, obviously you should have a save state. It's kind of cool that you can go up here, but it would be even cooler if I would know where the fuck the enemy is. Like, He must be in an object. I hope he didn't drop off the map or something. And now you might be wondering, what is the solution for this, right? How do you fix this as a dev? The solution is very easy. You just put a timer on enemy kill times, and you just like let the player wait for, I don't know, 2 minutes, and then you despawn everything, right? That would fix it. Like just a fail safe, because it can always happen that you can have enemies inside of something. So yeah, unfortunately, they don't seem to have that implemented, and we will have to restart. This is really unfortunate. Wait, is there a way to... Wait, we have a map, don't we? I mean, I can't even see a switch. So if we have... I mean, maybe I'm missing something, right? Maybe everything's working as intended and I'm just stupid, but I can't see an enemy on the minimap either. I think the warning signs are because of the traps and not the enemies. Yeah, I can't even see if there would be an enemy here because there's no indication on the minimap. So I guess we're just gonna have to restart, which is a real shame. Yeah, it can just be unlucky, right? Every game has bugs, even the best ones. So, I mean, for example, I just played Doom Eternal and we played Wolfenstein. And just like in both games, I got stuck, right, in geometry. And both games are usually pretty bug-free, so... Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. I think there might be no solution. If I missed the switch, that's on me, but I don't think I did. So I will have to restart this, which means we're going to lose all our progress. Which sucks, right? Because we're not going to get the upgrades. But it is what it is, right? Happens. I mean, it is unfortunate. The solution is really just to put a timer on the fight and just check, right? Last moment, player killed an enemy, and if there's only X enemies left or something, you can maybe do it for one, right? Because the likelihood of more than one enemy getting stuck is extremely low. So what you do is just check the last moment the player killed an enemy. If enemies count less than one, and 2 minutes pass, just like clear the room, right? That is the easy fix and prevents soft locking people. It's just like an easy way, right? If there was no easy solution for this problem, I would say, yeah, sure, happens. And it does, right? So it's okay, I guess. But it is something you can easily fix with simple programming. So I don't know, it's kind of unfortunate. But okay, I guess we kept our stuff at least. Oh, that is nice. Okay, I was kind of worried we were going to lose everything. So who cares, I guess. I'm just gonna go by price. That looks cool. These are just like, I kind of care more about the unlocks that are like permanent, like that you don't find. So I'm just gonna go with the combat armor and the shields for now, and the dash accelerator. That sounds pretty good too. I mean, it's just 50. Okay. Once a gear cipher is decoded, the weapon or ability it contains gets permanently added to the pool of gear rewards you can find during your runs. Okay. I do like the tutorialization. They really try to make sure you know what's going on. Weak. Victims deal 25 less damage. Effects stack. Knockback and kinetic damage. Okay, he saved that. I was like worried about that part. And this is your suit station. I designed it myself. You can use it to change your equipment cores before heading out to confront the overlords. With your adamant core restored to its full power, you can now earn the cores of the overlords. Once a new core is acquired, use the suit station to equip it and harness its unique powers and enhancement in your runs. Continue defeating the overlords to increase your affinity to their cores and unlock even more powers. You may only change your equipped cores at the beginning of your runs. You know what? I should actually replay older games more often, like really old games, like the Megaman games, everything. It's like years ago that I played those. It's been so long. Also maybe just like replay a lot of SNES games. That would be pretty nice. We don't have a secondary core at the moment, so we just have the primary one. And you can also see what type of enhancements you can find, which is nice. I mean, they kind of tell you all of them, which is interesting. But that's cool. Cycle perk descriptions. Huh? Oh, level 1 and 2. Oh, okay. Was I kind of confused because it was like a different description. Okay, nice. And also like that you just get right into it, right? That the first room is like, I like RoboQuest 2, right? You just like play and it starts. And auto fire is so nice. I remember when you had to press every single click, like every single time you shoot. It was so annoying. And I think later you're gonna start with different weapons too. Stun grenade or I mean, let's just keep the leap slam. Also here, just like instantly open this menu. You're already holding down a button. You could start the animation while I hold down the button and then just like instantly do it, right? You don't need to wait for me to hold down the button and then wait for the animation. Yeah, so these small things are not big deals, but it's just like, you know, just like simple game flow improvements. Oh, he does take damage when he lands. That is interesting. Yeah, once you get used to why it doesn't punch straight, because you just have to let go of the strafing keys. And by the way, the final kill slowdown, that's perfectly fine, because that indicates that the room is over, right? It's just like the slowdown when you kill an enemy that is mid-fight. Which feels kind of weird. Okay. Oh yeah, we don't have this, unfortunately. So did we ever use the Crimson Repeater? That's okay, nothing. No, didn't leave. Yeah, whenever I speak German, it's usually because my girlfriend is in the background, so don't worry about it. I'll translate everything that's relevant. Major core enhancer, okay. Okay, every major core enhancer we find contains multiple core enhancements that greatly augment your powers and drastically change some of your core abilities. Each cores have their own major core enhancements. They are also major shaper enhancements which are common to all cores. Enhancements last for the duration of the current run and are lost upon death. Okay, when taking down an enemy, reflect all nearby projectiles. That is really good. Your outburst causes damaging explosion that increases in size and damage with each charge level. Its reflective area no longer increases in size and the projectile it reflects aren't empowered. Okay. This is like a dome shield. I do feel like this is pretty good. But maybe this is better, I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. Both, and not both, all three seem pretty reasonable. And this one needs the, I think the wall jump, so we can't do it just yet. Okay, let's hope this run doesn't end in the same way the other one did. I mean, the first one is free, right? One bug like that happens, even if it was avoidable. Let's hope this one goes better. I kind of want to go again against Strike Mantis because I think it's a good idea just to master a boss. So you don't take like you can consistently beat them at least at the first difficulty instead of just like looking at every single boss. Oh, look at this! This is like a climb. And one of my main sports, by the way, I love gaming and sports, is bouldering. So seeing these bouldering holes here is kind of nice. I mean, climbing holes in general. Kind of nice. Were they in game too? I never noticed. Interesting specimens. These must be the enemies, right? Pretty sure these are the enemy models. Oop. Minor core. Wait, what? Forces an extra minor core enhancer to appear in the next room in addition to the standard room reward. That sounds really good. Sure. Because this is permanent in a way. Okay, we can't get up here. He's like trash talking me again. Wait, what? Oh yeah, you have to chart it up. This seems pretty bad. I mean, I'm quick to judge here, but it just seems amazing. These shield guys are pretty tough. I don't know if you finish them if you shoot them, so I'd rather not hit them. We also have this here, which I guess we should have used differently. It for sure feels a bit slower paced though than, for example, RoboQuest, where you can like... I mean, I don't think the game has movement tech, right? Some people really like the movement tech in RoboQuest, and I don't think so far the game has any crazy movement tech. Which is, by the way, not a bad thing, because I think RoboQuest does have the issue that the movement tech is not an integral part of the game. It exists within the game, but it's not tutorialized, and it's also not the most intuitive thing to use if you just want to kill stuff, right? So I think it's kind of good that the movement in this game is a bit more straightforward for like basic game design. But obviously you can do really fun stuff in RoboQuest, which you can't do in many games. But then again, I also played another game, I think it was Echo Point Nova, just recently, and that game had like brilliant movement. Like, it was so fun, and that just made me think, like, what if RoboQuest kind of embraced the movement more? What if they made it more accessible and like easy to do for everyone? I just wondered what would have happened to RoboQuest, because Echo Point Nova, if that would become a roguelite, it would be fucking dope. The only reason I'm not playing it is anymore is because you do it once and you're done game, right? It was made by one guy too, which is crazy. Yeah, Echo Point Nova really was eye-opening when it comes to what one person can do game design wise. This sounds really good. This sounds also kind of okay. I do wonder what is considered near you. That is my main concern. Okay, now we can just transfer it here. At least they closed the menu right away. So yeah, they're trying to minimize the friction here, but they definitely could make the animation instant. Not the animation, like the pop-up instant. I think this should be possible. And you like the new boss battle? Oh, hey Riley, hope you're doing well. It's kind of really stupid that the YouTube app has the same color for every person. I'm so used to Twitch having different colors. So I'm like, in my head, I'm like, oh, it's the same person. They have the same color, right? I never saw the final boss, if that one is new. So I'm kind of looking forward to it. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, YouTube is kind of crazy, man. It's a billion-dollar company and a multi-billion-dollar company, and they kind of can't get someone to do basic shit Twitch has had for years. It is unfortunate. If the chatting experience was like on par, because the visual quality is so much better on YouTube, and also the algorithm is way better, it's kind of really a shame we don't have like the same quality for the chatting experience. No idea when to use this ability. I guess when I'm getting shot, right? But because that would make sense. Oh, you can charge while punching. I mean, it is a good weapon because it does deal a lot of dot damage. Yeah, damage over time damage, yeah. It has a good dot, right? That's what makes it pretty nice. But I'll still go for this one, because I kind of like it more. And now we just need something to shock an enemy. We still have this one. I guess we should have swapped this one out. Did it release in version 1.0 today? Because I just saw, I usually check Steam 250 for new releases. And I don't know if it was today or yesterday, but it must have been this week, right? Because it wasn't the weekly releases. It's kind of annoying that Steam doesn't have some kind of notification system to let you know. I mean, I guess it does have some kind of notification, but I want a specific notification for early access games leaving early access. I think that would be great. Just like, hey, today this game you have in your library has left early access, right? Because a lot of people will play games in early access and then wait for the release. And I think that would be great, because sometimes I just miss the release and then like a few months later I'm like, wait, what happened to this game? And then, oh yeah, it's been out of early access for like, I don't know, half a year. And I'm like, oh, fuck me. Yeah, so usually it's Steam 250 that lets me know. And this is a game I actively play in early access, which is sometimes the case, sometimes, but most of the time not, right? Because I do play them once and then I wait for the release. Unless it's RoboQuest and I just play it non-stop anyway, so. And the funny thing is, there's because one Steam review was really eye-opening for RoboQuest. It was from someone who played Gunfire Reborn, and he was like, RoboQuest is too much of a shooter for me, but you have to know to aim. And I was like, okay, I like not having to aim and just being able to win by using my abilities. And I think that is a plus for some people, I guess, but that also opens my eyes to that, because usually I would say, yeah, just buy RoboQuest, right? Because it's really, really good. But sometimes having less mechanical skill requirements can be a huge plus for people. So depending on what type of player you are, maybe recommending RoboQuest over Gunfire, for example, is not a good idea. Because some people just like OP builds and aiming is not the main interest, right? Yeah, so it's kind of interesting that this perspective is valid, right? It's not a valid criticism towards a game, it's more of a valid personal opinion about a game, right? Because a game requiring aiming skill is not a negative, in my opinion, right? A net negative. Oh, 50% more damage to burning foes. Should synergize well with Plasma Blast here. Yeah, so I'm always trying to be mindful of the player type, right? Usually before I recommend stuff to people, I ask them what they like. Because if I don't know what people are like, there is no one game fits everyone, right? I wouldn't recommend every game to any person. There's not one game I would say, yeah, everyone has to play this, right? It's just not how it works. The best game for you could be unfun for others. For whatever reason. Corrupted foes are protected by color crystals that grant them significant resistance to damage and conditions. I mean, Wukong, right? Game Awards coming up. Wukong, I fucking hated it, but I know a lot of people liked it. I think objectively it's not a good game, but if people had fun with it, I guess it's still a good game, right? For those people. And yeah, and they always win, right? You always lose if you don't like something. The people who dislike stuff are always, they have one less thing they enjoy. So whenever I don't like something, it's me losing, right? So never feel bad if I don't like a game you like, because you won, right? Let's make that clear. It's a video game, it's about having fun, like most things in life, right? If you are having fun and another person isn't, you're the guy who won, right? Like the guys who are negative about things are usually the guys who didn't enjoy stuff, right? And you don't even have to argue, right? Because they already lost, right? So yeah, I lost when it comes to Wukong. So if you like Wukong, perfect. But for me, that's a great example of a game that a lot of people enjoyed I really disliked. For a lot of reasons. Corrupt foes are protected by colored crystals. Okay. Damage and conditions. Use the right damage. They did the Borderlands shield thing. Was that in the early access version? I mean, I call it the Borderlands shield because that's the most prominent example I can think of that started this. Pretty sure it wasn't the first game. And then you also spread the condition. Using kinetic damage is also a viable option that is less affected by the damage resistance. Okay, so you can use neutral or you can use specific types. So what this does is it makes it more relevant that you have different like ammo types in your weapons, like damage types for your weapons, and that also would like make it more interesting to swap between the builds. So I guess it is a good idea, because I think if RoboQuest has one issue, I mean not issue, right? You can even build around it, but is that you can just use one gun, right? You don't need multiple ones because there's no system. But I wonder if this restrictiveness is going to be annoying or not, depending on how hard it is. Because I'm not the biggest fan of swapping guns for every single enemy. So I hope it is pretty rare. This one has resistance, but it still dies fast. Okay. Okay, we got him. Stun grenade, Crimson Reaper. I mean, you know what? This is extract the modifier here. Yeah. Sounds good. Yeah, I was also planning to playing on playing a little bit more UFO 50 later, but I don't even know if I'm going to do that today. Yeah, currently Metaphor, UFO 50, and Wolfenstein 2 are the main games we're playing. But I do like to showcase games I bought in early access when they are in version 1.0, and as always, roguelites, I don't know how much I'm going to play on stream of it. I might play more off stream of this than on stream, depending on how much of a story impact it has, right? Because some games are cool to showcase every moment. Others, like some roguelites, are just like very, very grindy, and it's like, you know, the moment to moment is fun, right? But there's not much to showcase. So sometimes I just like to play them while listening to streams or something, right? So it really depends on the game type. And yeah, so no idea how much we're going to do of this game on stream, but I do want to showcase them, because if I play them, why not show them, right? I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be playing this game at least until I beat it once, so I'm gonna try to obviously also do that on stream. Even if we don't beat it today, I'm for sure gonna make a stream where we're gonna beat it, hopefully. Yeah, and it's all the question always is, how strong is the roguelite aspect? Like, how much do you need to level? Cooldown, weak. I don't think we need this one. Yeah, so it's always a question, right? Is it beatable from the get-go? I mean, theoretically, yes, probably. But how easy is it, right? Some roguelites just like have you die 50 times until you're strong enough. And me personally, I'm like, I don't care too much about that. Like, I care about if it's fun or not. Some games it works, others it doesn't. For example, Hades, you do have to grind a little bit more, but it still works, right? But others it's like really annoying, and you just like have to spend like 10 hours until the game gets good. So it really depends on the game. So far the game seems not overly meta progression reliant from a damage perspective, which is good, right? Because this is an FPS. If everything was bullet spongy, that would feel quite bad. That was really bad. I always think it has range. I don't know why. I just think it's like a leap forward, but it is more of a leap where you're standing. Interesting. So these enemies, we could just see this. They have a very interesting mechanic. They track your position where you go. So there is it is really hard to tell if this is a good idea or not, because in RoboQuest, for example, the projectiles will be shot at where you go, right? I think first of all, hit scan is terrible for enemies, so them not having hit scan is great. But how much should they pre-fire, right? That is the question. In RoboQuest, they have 0 pre-fire. In this case, they do seem to pre-fire. You can see, right? When I go left, when I go right, he's gonna shoot right. When I go left, he's gonna shoot left. See? He's like predicting where I will be. So this means the game is like more in line like PvP games against humans, because humans are really bad at like reacting to things. So what you do against humans is you side strafe, right? You side strafe, you crouch spam, you can't crouch in the game. But that's what you do, right? So I do wonder what I like better. Because strafing is very natural to me because of PvP games, but at the same time, it does cause you to be a bit more limited in where you can go, because you can't just like walk somewhere because you're gonna get hit. So I do wonder what I like the most. I guess slow moving projectiles are kind of nice, so you can just do both. Okay, this ability now really seems pretty solid. Yeah, it's fun. It is fun for sure, right? All the issues don't keep the game from being fun, which is, I guess, is a really good news. And the performance is significantly better than the early access version, like the lows, right? The average FPS are pretty similar, but it doesn't drop like to unplayable levels of FPS. So that's very, very nice. You see, because the last time I think I tested it, it definitely still had those issues. This is like some kind of IQ test, or anyway, this is red. It seems pretty good, but maybe it's not that great. Oh, you can get both. I don't even know if you have fortified at the moment. This would be for the future, right? Yeah, I do wonder if this is just like good. This one seems objectively pretty nice, but the cooldown is not that high, and I don't feel like dashing at the moment is that relevant. I mean, this is just a net plus if we get fortified at some point. Sounds good. Okay. I mean, I don't know how to get fortify, right? If I knew how to get fortify, because this does not give us fortify, right? No, this gives us fury. Ah. It does? But how do I tell the outburst level? So is it level 1 at the moment, or is it like a higher level? Yeah, I don't remember how to tell the outburst level. Echo waves, another minor core enhancer. I think that is good enough for me. Just give me some kind of fortify. This is like, I think this is still really good. Because you have a shield, right? So you can be 10% but still survive. This one, I mean, how fast do we shoot? I don't think we shoot that fast. I think this one, I mean, we're gonna get hit so much by the boss anyway, so on the next level. It's an interesting decision to give you 2 floors before having the boss, because it just means you're gonna have more build variety up to that point. Which I guess is nice, right? The loading times are on the longer side for a roguelite for sure. Like, not to a degree where I think it's bad, but this one should maybe also have an auto skip, so like just like auto skip cutscenes, because now I don't mind, but I'm pretty sure after 50 runs I will be like, I don't need this animation anymore. Combat region. Really? And this would give us fortify, which has synergy, but I think just being full HP. I mean, yeah, we have more damage when we're low, but I just want to get to the boss with full HP. That sounds pretty good. I'm still like, I know that games like to do it, but I'm still not sold on it. I mean, first, like shooters like to do it. I'm kind of conflicted about ground effects, right? Like anything that you can see well while strafing and that can spawn right next to you, I feel like is not the ideal solution. And I think RoboQuest at the moment with the double bosses really has an issue there. Like just like the spam of lingering ground targeting effects is just like kind of annoying. It really relies on you constantly checking the ground, which is not fun for me, right? Did we just kill everything? What the oh no, he did the laser turret. Okay, where is it? Oh, it's over there. Yeah, it is for sure fun, because I do complain a lot about performance and all those things, but it is sure really fun so far. Can't complain about that. 50% more damage to shocked foes. Now we just need shock, right? Wait, doesn't this one... No, it has weak and pyro. I mean, let's just put it in, right? I don't like the charge up weapon too much, so... it should be fine. And there's more down here, I think. Yeah, I think those are challenge rooms, but we haven't unlocked those. And as far as I remember, they were also pretty challenging, because you had to, like, I think King of the Hill or something sometimes. And it was pretty hard to hold it without dying. But maybe they also nerfed it. I have no idea how the difficulty is compared to the early access version. It also really struggled with low FPS at the time, so it was really like not enjoying getting killed while everything was stuttering so hard. But this seems to be way better so far, so... And the time to kill also seems significantly more reasonable. How do enemies spawn in the game? I guess they just like TP in. So the ground targeting effect of the ability can cancel the finishing move. I don't know how I feel about that one. What to do against this guy? Probably just slam the ground and pray. Can you flank him? Oh yeah, you can. Oh, you can knock his shield away. Ah, that's cool. Okay, they just fly over it. We should also check what the levels look like on the Q ability, like the charge levels. Wait, didn't it say kills charge it? Because it seems to be just on a cooldown. Wait, it has a 10-second cooldown. Charges up by inflicting damage on foes. I guess you can charge it beyond now? Like, I don't know how that's supposed to work. Okay, and we're gonna replace this because we have burn, right? So I think just removing this one is better. I really like that you can override it. How am I doing today? First of all, I hope you're doing well, Riley. I'm doing well. Just like when I talk a lot, my voice is a bit strained. I just tend to talk a bit too fast, too much. But otherwise, I'm doing fine. Slept okay-ish, but still not like 100%. But otherwise, no issues. And also it's a good day because the game is out in version 1.0 and didn't expect it, right? I just expected to play Wolfenstein 2 again today, which would have been terrible, right? Like playing video games that are good, horrible experience. So I'm kind of glad that this was kind of a surprise today, like an unexpected one. And also later, maybe, I think 90% I'm gonna go bouldering, also enjoy that, so feel fit enough. It's kind of really, if you don't like sports and never tried bouldering or rock climbing, it's a great sport to do. Even if you're on your own, like definitely bouldering is better because you don't need a partner, right? But it's such a fun sport, and I think it kind of also attracts a lot of people. I mean, at least initially, that might not have tried other sports regularly. So I think it's a very motivating sport, especially if you like games, because it is a bit of a gamification of sports. I mean, I like sports irrespective of the gamification. In my youth, I did a lot of martial arts, and then after those, I did volleyball and badminton. So I always liked sports, right? I guess you could argue that volleyball and and badminton are gamified sports for sure, but Yeah, it's like I always liked it, right? But I still think like the one that is the easiest to get into and retain for me was definitely bouldering and rock climbing. These, I mean, I've been doing it for 15 years, right? So there must be something I like about it. So this would be the one I would recommend to people that don't like traditional sports, maybe. Just like try it out if you like it. It is also, I mean, it's not the most inexpensive sport for sure, because you have to buy the subscription or whatever you call it, like the gym fee. But you at the same time, you just need a pair of shoes, and that's it, right? So it's like, just go naked with a pair of shoes. That's what everyone likes. No, I'm just kidding. Don't go naked, but you can wear almost anything, right? I mean, as long as you can move around in it. No, I like weak more. Weak sounds better. There's another thing over here. I don't even know what the symbol here is. Is it in here? Or is it up there? Oh no, it's here. Huh? Excuse me? Oh wait, they're showing me. Where's the other one? Okay, yeah, thank God you have a lot of time, because I didn't quite understand what they wanted from me. I mean, I did understand it, but it was kind of slow about it. Hardware extractor. I mean, this one still sounds really good. What can I say? But oh yeah, we had the fortify synergy. Yeah, we should take this one. What is this white dot here on the map? I just assume whenever I see something that I will be able to get to it later. This is the Metroidvania stuff, but here? No, it's over here. Okay, this one we could just buy. Nah, I like what I think. I wonder if you can just like take all your perks or whatever they're called, like attachments, from one ability to the other, so you can swap. Because if you can't, I think that's going to lock you into a certain build a bit more than before, which is not bad, but it would just mean that the first things you find might be more impactful. There is stuff over here. Okay. Another thing. Huh? What the? Just money? I'm not sure if this was kind of negative, because sometimes they're cursed chests. But she's having fun, that's great. An idea for a new boss battle is a robot boss in a mech with a ray gun for this game. So, is this idea you had, or is it what the boss is like in the game they put in? But mechs with railguns always goes. That's always a good idea. As long as it's not too hit scanny and you can dodge the railgun. Yeah, hit scan is so hard to balance in single player games, because what it boils down to is like reaction time based. Do you have to kill them fast enough? Do you have to go into cover? Do you have to dash to break line of sight? And yeah, it becomes really complicated to design hit scan. So I just like projectiles a bit more, even if it's unrealistic, right? Because the gun usually fires almost in a hit scan-esque speed in real life. Because if you're like 50 meters away, you're not going to have to lead your shots by much, right? So, which is the typical distance you play in most games. So it's kind of hard in single player games to make it fair. So I think like non-hit scan, nice. And if you don't know, maybe I should explain, because I always use those terms. Hit scan is really simple. Hit scan means you click and the bullet arrives, right? This is a projectile because it flies, right? It takes time to arrive. And hit scan just means where your aim is, exactly where your shot's going to end up the moment you click. That's what's called hit scan. And real bullets obviously have travel time. And yeah, most games just ignore that. And for enemies, why it's so important is because if an enemy sees you and he has perfect aim and he shoots at you and it's hit scan, that means as soon as you see an enemy, if there's a certain moment of time, you're just going to take constant damage, which is really boring and you can't dodge, right? So having projectiles you can dodge is a bit more fun in like these arcadey FPSs. Minor core enhancer. Yeah, I mean, why not? So far the shopping experience has been very simple, either HP or enhancements. That's pretty good. Does my Q activate the shield break effects? I think so. I'm just gonna build for the boss because I don't think he's gonna have that many ads. Yeah, it also triggers all of her shield break effects, so we're immune for 1 second when we use it. I think I don't use it enough, right? For sure. Yeah, sorry for always going for this guy, but if the game doesn't softlock us, we're gonna see the next boss for sure. Unless I die, but Cold circuits. I mean, yeah, we're also some kind of android, so... Very evil. Okay, that was not great. Wait, whoa, wait, what is it? Wait, could I have jumped that? Like, now I'm mega confused. Okay, let's try to maybe jump it like this. Yeah, that's terrible. Okay, once he does his like barrage or whatever that is, okay, this is gonna give us armor, maybe. Okay, I'm not getting fucked. Which is okay. So let's just reflect something here, maybe. Do I want to shoot this guy? I want to reflect the laser. I don't even know why. Just kill him. Just kill him, man. I think we should just rush him. Yeah, cool. It has a dying animation. I think the first game I really appreciated dying animations in was Diablo 2. I don't know why, it just felt really satisfying. Okay, a new core thingy. The strike core, okay. And now we can probably put it in as a secondary core. Strike core acquired. You obtained the strike core, equip it as your secondary core to obtain this unique core enhancement in your runs. Increase its affinity level to unlock its full set of powers and enhancements. You can change or equip cores at the suit station. Okay. Affinity. Ah, shit. There was a tutorialization for that. I just read over it. So we don't have it available at the moment, but we're going to look at it once we're back. Okay, what are we going to take? I mean, this sounds really good. It's like getting hit, taking no damage, 20% that we can get hit again. And it's same for dealing that additional damage. I don't know what Fury does. Probably just increases your damage by a percentage for maybe a certain amount of time, but... Okay, who's next? Okay. I know this guy from early access. Maybe this one too. I don't know. Let's just go for Gravity Garden. I remember this boss killing me a few times. I think that was because it was pretty learning resistance when it comes to learning the patterns. Just like full face tanking. Make sure to attack corrupted foes. Yeah, the shields, right? Oh. Health pack. Now we're full HP. You know what, this will give me those. I don't think they're that relevant, probably, but I also think they're not that bad, so... Wait, can you punch them open? That is a good question, I never tried it. Okay, you can punch, dash, or interact. But unfortunately not just walk against. Okay, this reflect should be really good, right? Oh, and then it does no damage at all. This guy is pretty tanky. how do we charge it? That is a really good question. Now it's ready, and how can I tell what charge level it's on? Is it charged now? I do not know. The retaliation, what does it do? Deploys a buff generator. Okay. This thing? It's to be dot immune. Okay, we got him. So, I mean, it's the moment, right? Does it work the way I hope it would? It does. Ah, that is so good, right? And kills recharge the cooldown by 10%, which sounds way better than cooldown speed, unless you're fighting a boss, right? But yeah, I think this is the better version of this, usually. Unless I'm missing something. Assuming you can kill stuff, right? If you can't kill stuff, then not. But as soon as you kill one enemy, the other is already included. And I guess the graphics style does remind me a little bit of the Overwatch maps, where you're on the space station. It has the same vibe. That was brilliant. Yeah, I still don't know how to tell what level my Q is at, right? Is it if it's charged or not? Like, it seems ready from the get-go, but I don't really understand the difference. Like, what causes it? Because now it's ready, but this was level 1, I think. I wonder if you chain them if both drop the armor or only the first guy you hit. Okay, this is... Oh, it's toxic. I was like, isn't this a jump pad? Nope. No jumping. They're hiding in the smoke. Oh, he has like a smoke generator. Interesting. I mean, it's just the better version, right? Recycle. Yeah, we really would have to re-watch my old videos to see what exactly changed, because I know a lot of stuff changed, right? But it just feels good to play, so for sure, whatever they did, they didn't make it worse. They definitely made it better, so it's nice to see. I kind of feel like this might be a double jump or something is required situation, or is just you need a wall jump or something. Wait, can we go here instead? Nah, I don't. Maybe one more try. And you also lose altitude pretty quickly, so you have to double dash. Nah, I mean, maybe. Wait, what? Wait, where am I even going? Wait, what? Wait. What are you for? Huh? Wait. Wait, you can just go up here. Well, I don't even know what this is for. There is an item hidden up here, I guess. But I wouldn't even know how to activate this stuff here. I mean, the balancing seems way chill compared to the I mean, in a good way chill compared to the original release. Like, it feels like enemies just don't tank as much anymore, and it feels like you can kill stuff without having the feeling that you're shooting at them for fucking 10 years. Yeah, if someone knows, obviously it would be interesting. What does it mean? Charges up by inflicting damage on foes. Explosion radius increases with every charge level. What does that mean? Because I don't even know how you would see it, right? Like now it's level 3, I guess. But is that what they mean? Is like, does it increase in level? Does it like, how does it charge, right? What does that imply? Oh wait, it's the thing in the middle, the big bar, the blue bar. Yeah, the tutorial has everything, but not the bar, right? Wait, is it the blue bar? Wait, is it blue bar or is it the blinking bar? Wait, is it the blinking bar? Oh, it's both. The upper one is the cooldown, the lower one is the charge level. Okay, yeah, I just remembered that you could tell, but I didn't remember exactly. Max stack of energy type. Kind of like the plasma blast. I think I like that. Wait, was it level 2? No, it's level 3, right? Yeah. Okay, we have a portal back, and we have a crystal. Huh? Eat all the enemies before the timer runs out. Okay. Maybe we can do that. I say maybe because I really don't know. Because these were so hard in the early access version sometimes. Like, it took fucking 10 years to kill anything, so... Every time I had this challenge, I was like, oh, nope, no more time. Okay, can we talk about how they put a slowdown on the retaliation while the text is not readable? I'm just saying, like, why not put the text there right away so you can read it while the slowdown is happening? So you have to read it while you're already back in the fight, right? It's kind of weird. It's a cool idea with the slowdown for sure, so you notice it happens, but why not add the tooltip for people that are not in the know right away? That would be kind of nice. Oops, maybe I should look at both of them. Yeah, it was kind of quick to just dismiss this, but I kind of like the slam by now. I think it also gives you iframes. Unless I'm not like high on copium or some shit. And this looks cool. Like, I like the visuals here. And last time I played the game I was not on OLED, so I guess like that might not have changed much, right? It's just like the display changed, so that has a huge impact obviously, so can't say how much they changed, but it looks nice, so irrespective of how it was before. Slam for this single enemy. I like that you also can tell when enemies are about to shoot. They don't just shoot, but they have this short wind-up period, which means deflecting their shots is way easier because it's like predictable and not reactive. I mean, I guess we just have more time to react. Oh, you can knock them into this? Oh, I never tried that. That would be a cool idea. What the fuck is going on? I can say one thing for sure, I think this is more of a game for you. If you don't like, I mean, if you don't care about your raw mechanical FPS skills and you just want to kill shit, I think this is a middle ground between RoboQuest and Gunfire Reborn. Because you are very strong even if you just like wing it, right? You don't have to be very precise. It doesn't feel like you have to be very precise at the moment. Which is, you know, it's not a bad thing. It's just a different type of game. I do appreciate RoboQuest skill-based stuff, and I mean, Witchfires, I guess, too. And Deadlings, too. But this more casual approach to FPS is also, I think, pretty fun. Because it is different, right? It's more, it is more approachable. And maybe also puts more focus on dodging enemies and positioning than your raw aim. When taking damage, your health, there is 25%. Okay, yeah, this is still amazing. I still think this is This sounds also pretty good. What is Fury? I mean, this sounds so good too. You know what? I just think this might be really cool, maybe. I mean, I am getting older, but when I was a bit younger, and I played a bunch of competitive Overwatch, I did quite okay aims. For me, aiming is not, it's usually in single player games, it's never an issue, right? Like, it doesn't really matter most of the time. So for me, it's like, it's never an issue, right? So if I play Deadlink, RoboQuest, or anything, it doesn't matter, right? So the aiming requirement for me is irrelevant, basically. So that's why I still, since reading that one review, I kind of found this appreciation for the different design elements for depending on what you personally like, right? Because some people just don't like aiming, right? Maybe they have a bad setup, maybe the FPS are not high enough. So just having games that have huge hitboxes and just like very casual movement patterns, just like is a nice, you know, change of pace for some people. And I don't mind that, right? For me, it's like the difference between shooting at an enemy here or shooting at an enemy in, I don't know, any other game is almost irrelevant, right? For me, it doesn't change that much. I mean, yeah, the stuttering does change it significantly, but that's okay because you don't have to be precise. But if it wasn't stuttering, would be in principle would be pretty much the same. You know what? I'm so stupid. This gun looks like there is some kind of indicator. Whenever enemies had a shield, I thought this weapon showed me where the shield guy was. And the game obviously might have very high difficulty scaling at the end because it's a roguelike, right? There could be some kind of mega difficult modes. I'm not saying the game is easy, but so far it seems they really toned down the unreasonable difficulty spikes from the early access versions. And the difficulty spikes were for like HP reasons, right? Everything just had so much HP and it was so hard to kill anything. And if you can't kill, you don't get armor, and it was like a loop of pain and suffering. And yeah, at some point playing Overwatch, I mean I'm on U, right? I'm not on NA or like Korea or some shit. But I was like top 50 soldier tracer, so only, right? So I did play a bunch of hit scan in my life. I was kind of, at the time I was really happy about it, because my entire life, right? That's why I think it's kind of interesting, because my entire life was like, I'm ass at FPS, right? I'm like, oh, I suck, right? I just like, I don't like aiming, I'm ass at it, and there was no game that really made me feel like I want to aim, right? I want to improve. So it was like, I never cared about it. And then Overwatch came out, and I really liked League of Legends, like the, you know, ability aspects and those things. But my aim wasn't great, right? I was like, oh, okay, it was kind of ass, right? I was like, I don't know, just like, I guess I'm just bad, right? But then I kind of got interested in, you know, what you can do. And I was like a extremely high DPI wrist aimer, which is terrible, right? It's like horrible for any sort of competitive gaming. And then I just figured out, you know, my sense is complete trash. And all I needed to do was lower the value. And that's why, you know, thinking your entire life you're shit at something, sometimes it's not you, it's like the settings you have, right? And just high DPI mice that I had my entire life would just like cause incredible stupid wrist aiming. Like, I wasn't even a wrist aimer, there was even the next level, I was a fingertip aimer. So I was like using my wrist and my fingertips to move the mouse. So I basically didn't move my arm at all, and also almost only a little bit my wrist, right? Only my fingertips were moving, and my grip was also completely different. And just changing that helped so much with aiming. And then going from like a complete trash bot aimer to I guess you could say one of the, at the time, best players in Overwatch was pretty nice. So that, yeah, I mean not top 10, right, but top 50. So that was pretty nice. Just this transition from being garbage to being okay. Yeah, that was pretty okay. Yeah, so that's why, I mean, that's why I always, when you start with the FPS and you have problems with aiming, the first thing I would always look at is if you're in a reasonable range when it comes to your sensitivity. That is both in the low and the high end, right? You can be too low or too fast. Usually it's too fast these days. There are mice with 12,000 DPI and people don't really use them as intended, which is not putting your DPI to 12,000. And then games have terrible basic settings. Usually, I would say 99% of the games I play start with a significantly unreasonably high sensitivity. Like, we're not even talking close to reasonable. Like, the 360 degree distance you have to move your mouse, like in centimeters or like inches or whatever you want to use, is so unreasonably high that, yeah, it's crazy. So most people would naturally never use their arm at all when aiming, which is also, why is it so important, by the way? Because it's good for your health, because you're using more of your physical body and you're not overusing a small part like your wrist every single movement, right? So it's like way better from an aiming and a health perspective. So that's why I really encourage, if you like FPS and you have any sort of issue, the first thing I would look at is your sensitivity for sure, because it does make a really big difference. And then obviously it's personal preference, what you like within a certain range, right? There's a point where it's impossible physically for any human being to control something reasonably. That was where I was at. And obviously it could be fast, but it could also be slow. But then there's a large range of personal preference where you can, you know, just pick something that feels fun. And by the way, the feels fun part is really important, because if you're a wrist aimer and a fingertip aimer and you don't use your arm, maybe you don't have enough space, whatever. You first have to obviously create that. It might feel very ass to move your arm. I remember when I started, because I started really late, right? I spent a bunch of my time just like playing shooters very casually, and it was just like really ass to move my arm at the start, and it felt really slow and annoying, and you just get used to it, right? And it gets faster and your muscles memory just builds up. So don't worry about that. And then once you got used to that movement and use whatever you grip or whatever you chose, maybe you're gonna keep the same one, doesn't really matter too much. Then that's the moment where you should think about you know, what sensitivity you really want to fine tune, right? Just okay, get an average sensitivity. And what is my advice if you want to have a reference? Go to mousesensitivity.com, pick the game you like to play, input your DPI, which you can look up in your driver, or just Google if your mouse doesn't have a selection, and then you can just like see input the game value for sensitivity, and then you can see like the in centimeters and inches per 360 rotation. You will see what you are at. And usually you're going to be very surprised by how high it is relative to what I'm going to suggest, because usually you're going to end up with 1 to 5 centimeters, and I'm going to suggest you start at 28.86. And that is just a number, right? Why is it so specific? Because it's the number I like, but I think it's a very average number, and in a lot of different games there will be players with that, but depending on what you play, right? So Counter-Strike players, because they don't have to move around a lot, right? They don't have to do a lot of movements, so they have very low sensitivity. And then in Apex Legends, they're going to have higher ones. Overwatch, depending on your role, is also going to be different. But 28.86 is like I think a nice entry point where you have wrist and arm combined, and then you can go either way, right? But I would still say anything below 50 centimeters is pretty unreasonable. And you might be wondering, why do so many CS pros use this low of a sensitivity? I mean, it just first of all, it decreases the margin of error, because if you move your mouse, right, and you have a lot of stuff you can do with the same movement, right? You have a lot of movement to do the same circle. Like, just imagine this being really fast. You would have to be perfect to do a circle, right? But if you have a very low sensitivity, you can just move your mouse like a complete ape and you can perfectly track this. The problem is you can't turn around anymore. But in CS, because it's really easy to feel accurate when you have a low sensitivity, people just like crank it all down. And I think that combined with very bad mice that had 400 DPI, right? But very bad behavior at higher speeds, that led to a lot of old school people, which CS is, it's one of the first esports, right? Led to a lot of people using 400 DPI with very low sensitivities for no real gain, just because it was easier to get into or the hardware was shit at the time. So I think, yeah, and one of the biggest relics you can still see is like the 400 DPI stuff. There is a real merit for 400 DPI, and 400, if you don't know what DPI is dots per inch, and that is how many sensor inputs your mouse sends when you're moving it. And when you move your mouse, what basically happens is there is a first onset, right? You have to move your mouse a certain distance until it moves. And when you're at 400 DPI, and it also depends on your resolution and whatnot, in some games it's really very different, but just like irrespective of that, if you have a very low DPI number, you can move your mouse without it reacting to it. So that is why a lot of pros in CS like it, because you can't do accidental shakes, right? Because you're moving your mouse in a way you didn't intend to. But what it also does, it adds additional lag for every single movement. So having too low DPI usually can lead to a very unresponsive feeling. And some games even have like this pixel skipping issue where there's not enough input to really represent your movement in screen space accurately. But the main issue I see with lower DPI is definitely the added input lag, right? The loss of control. And the same goes for higher DPI, right? Anything beyond, let's say, 3000 DPI maybe starts to get to the point where you can notice every single small movement, and you can almost feel your heartbeat moving your mouse, right? So unless it's like super sticky to your mouse pad or whatever. So yeah, that's why I would also stick to a reasonable DPI range, which I think is between 800 and maybe, let's say, 2400, right? That is for me. Because why 2400? Because for 4K screens, you're gonna not want to change your DPI every single time you go into a game because your mouse cursor is gonna be slow as ass. So maybe you want to just like, you know, stay in that range. I think it's a reasonable range for mouse movement. And also, like, for example, just imagine I have low DPI and I want to do something in here. I would have to drag my arm like crazy on a 4K screen. So really, that depends on that. But yeah, that's why settings, I think, are important if you want to maximize health and enjoyment. But at the end of the day, it's a game. And if you're having fun and you don't have any issues, you can play it however you want, right? Yeah, but that's basically my story of getting into shooters a bit more and just like going from complete trash to okay within I guess a few months. So 50% Fury. Sure. Hey Sunthrower, who's that in the thumbnail? So all my thumbnails, I know some people are not gonna like it, are AI generated. So I do it with Midjourney and slightly edit them sometimes, but usually it is that. And so the character basically is not a character that exists, right? It's a mashup of Megaman and an anime trained generative AI model. And why do I do that? Because I think it's fun to do, and it's way more cost efficient and time efficient than doing it myself. And I suck ass at it too. And I'm also personally have a master's in medical engineering, and I did my thesis in AI. So for me, it is, you know, it's like my hometown basically. Yeah. It'd be kind of weird if an AI researcher didn't like generative AI. I mean, I don't like what it does to artists, right? I mean, no job is safe, unfortunately. But I'm not gonna start talking about that, because if I start talking about AI, oh my god, when my voice is already fucked. So yeah, but it's just like an unfortunate onset, right? It's more of a societal issue than a technological issue. It's like we have a car, but we don't have the roads. Outburst triggers twice. Your punch now reflects projectiles, causing them to deal increased damage. Outburst causes a damaging explosion. I mean, why not? I guess it just increases the window of reflection. I mean, it wasn't. What is this white stuff up here? It must be up here, right? Kind of funny. It's like almost like it's raining here. Oh yeah, and by the way, about the AI generated stuff, obviously it is very important that you educate yourself about those things if you're online a lot, because you're gonna end up meeting a lot of fake information using real looking AI stuff, right? If I wanted to, I could put a realistic image too there that looks like a real human, right? And you're gonna see a lot of fake news and misinformation using AI generated content, be it words or images. It's really important to be aware of how good these models are, and that you can basically not trust a lot of information from uncredible sources, especially social media. So be very aware whenever you read a news that is not sourced from an official, like credible source. You should probably, and it seems like really crazy, you should probably distrust it. And it also goes for like influencer accounts, like some kind of models, and you know, that just like beauty Instagrammers and stuff like that. That is going to become more and more fake as time goes on, right? Because it's easier and easier every year to consistently upload fake stuff, right? So it's really, and for the average person, it's really hard to detect too, and it's going to become impossible to detect for everyone at some point, and only probably AI models are going to be able to detect other AI models. So it's going to be really annoying. But yeah, you should definitely educate yourself on these things so you know you don't get bamboozled by like evil people. No, but it really is. It is a real problem, and it's going to become more and more of an issue. Furious damage bonus is doubled on reflected enemy projectiles. Upon taking lethal damage, being briefly invulnerable. This sounds good because I'm bad, but I just want to believe I'm not that bad. But just goes into the boss fight and dies. No, it's the next level, right? Gesundheit, Muffin. Yeah, I was talking about my girlfriend in the background in German, so don't worry about it. I will translate if relevant. I just said bless you to her, Gesundheit. But we're not a German teaching channel, so... Same goes for French. French and German we do speak, but not on stream mostly. By the way, I do reply to, if you want to write in German or French, I will translate, so it's perfectly fine. So that's always welcome. Very, very limited Japanese and Romanji is also okay. But if you use hiragana and katakana, I'm not gonna send anything. So only those 4 things are allowed: English, French, German, and very simple basic Japanese. That is all that's allowed, because everything else I can moderate, right? Or translate. For the current floor, all surfaces reflect projectiles. Gonna go for the power-ups and hope I run into them. I really like how you can just jump in and just press deflect and just pray that you don't die. Which seems to work, so it seems to be a reasonable combination. He does trigger twice, so they didn't lie about that one. See, this is where you should tell me what it does. Deploys a buff generator that's... okay, yeah. I mean, maybe he only has one type of retaliation, I don't know. Oh, that does close to 0 damage. Yo, that's really good. Why did I want to punch him? Sometimes they do turn out to, they become purple, even though they're not punchable, and I wonder why that is. Maybe it's just like their despawning parts effect sometimes. Because usually it's pretty easy to see when they blink. Yeah, cool use of the Doom Eternal mechanic here. Oh, I took damage. I was like, why did it trigger? I wonder why. That was probably not worth it. I wonder if the 10% cooldown reduction would already trigger on the first kill here. The only thing I don't like about the fire is it does kind of stop the finisher from happening sometimes. And we want that for the armor for sure. Yeah, I really have to say, the fact that the enemies are now killable in a consistent fashion really elevates the fun from being a bit annoying to play in early access to being rather fun to play now. Yeah, Mike. Come on, he's... Wait, did he drop shield even though we killed him without finishing him? Huh. Interesting. The trunk room. Okay. I guess they mean the tree trunk room. Leap slam instead of... I don't think I can justify changing it. It's just, it seems to work, right? If it works, why would we change it? Isn't this armor? Oh, it's not armor. It's the meta progression currency that is purple. Wait, what color is armor? Is it blue? Must be blue, right? Yeah. This is not accessible yet because we don't have the wall jump or double jump. I don't even know. I think there was a wall jump. Maybe there was also a double jump. I do not know. I really like the grass. Looks very grassy. And there was a time, right? The appreciation for grass is kind of the fact that we can have consistent foliage in games these days is so nice, but we get so used to it because it's so normal. But there was a time where we didn't have any grass on the ground, basically, because we couldn't compute it. And then just in a moment in time, it was like, oh my god, there's consistent stuff on the ground? Incredible. Yeah, if this game didn't have the performance and little jankiness, I mean, this would easily feel 9 out of 10. I mean, it feels really good right now. I mean, it's really, really fun, but I can't ignore the performance stuff, right? It's always there. It's like this small little nudge, but it's still super fun, like easily at 8 out of 10 so far. But without the performance stuff, I would definitely easily give it a 9 out of 10, so. Your mileage may vary there. If it works and it's the same level, why would I swap it? Oh, the challenge, which is available now, I guess, maybe. I don't know when we unlock those, but okay, you can't shoot while that happens, but I guess you cannot take damage either, so that's fine. Wait. Oh yeah, they do combos, so both of them do drop armor, which is kind of nice to see. No! Wait, what? Excuse me? Didn't I get shot by something? Oh yeah, this is just meta progression currency. Aftershock 3 in Superior Golden. What? Wait, what does that mean? Superior 1.1 damage, rate of fire, reload speed, and magazine increased by... Okay. And you're Golden Uncommon. Huh? Wait, they have really different stats. What is Golden Uncommon? Kills grant 1 credit. So there is rarity and a modifier attached to it. But I don't really know why the uncommon version... Like, what is better about it? It didn't have more slots, but it also didn't have a second perk. It also didn't have better stats. So, I don't know what the difference between common and uncommon was. Oh, by the way, completely my brain's there. Thanks, Jesse Magus, for the follow and something thing. Sorry, my brain was completely gone when the first one came through. And I blame the bots for that, right? There's so many follow bots and like especially there's like just spam bots these days that every time I get a follow, my brain's like, oh, it's another spam bot, right? Because it's like 90% of the follows are spam bots. And fortunately, this seems to be almost gone now. I didn't even notice, but the past streams, there have not been spam bots. So maybe Twitch finally fixed it. And also the amount of artists has reduced significantly. And that's great to hear the not about. I hope you're doing well something. Yeah, that's great to hear. I mean, really, it can be disheartening just to have like follow after follow after follow just being like, just like being bots and like, yeah. It's like, Twitch is, because there is no algorithm, right? So usually your visibility is shit as a small streamer anyway. And then you get like people just like either selling you stuff or like just like, yeah, it's just disheartening. So yeah, you get used to just like mentally almost ignoring the pop-up. Before you were really happy and hyped, and then this just started. I guess it was the transition from streaming in German to English that really started it, because there's way more spam on the English channel, because it's like easier to do, right? There's a bigger target audience of streamers which you want to scam. After combat, you regenerate 25% of your shields, fortified. I mean, why not? I guess we have some kind of fortified build now. We're gonna die against the boss probably anyway, so I'm not gonna get my hopes up here. The Wind Magistrate. Oh yeah, I'm here to challenge you. I need answers. But what the heck did you do to the city? And what happened to Genoese? Okay, there seems to be some kind of story too. I mean, obviously, right? But and I remember this boss being very, very annoying. And I don't know why, but oh shit, we have cooldown. He does tell you where the tornado is gonna go. What the fuck? No idea what the fuck is going on, but it's okay. Just kill him maybe for additional armor. Wait, he does spawn so many ads. What the fuck? Wait, how can he retaliate while he's fighting me? Just asking. Shouldn't he be fighting me? But you can't deflect those, I think. Does that even hit him? I think it does. Okay, we got him. No bug kept us from seeing another boss this time. Yeah, the boss fights are definitely the toughest part of the game so far. But they do seem fairly balanced. Knife Imprudence, go ahead. Yeah, I'm oh, it's too slow. Because look at chat and then it's just like scrolling past me. Unlocks the ability to equip the wind core at the suit station. I mean, we're getting plenty of new cores. I don't even know if we're... I think we're only leveling the ones we have equipped, so unfortunately we only have one equipped. Wind core acquired. You obtained the wind core, equip it as your secondary core to obtain its unique core enhancement in your runs. Increase its affinity level to unlock its full set of powers and enhancement. You can change your equipped cores at the... Okay. I should have read the right side again. I'm always skipping that one. I hope there is another reminder. I think you level them by defeating bosses, but I didn't read it in time. Meltdown. Ooh, that is really good. Like an item is like what, 400, and then you get like 100 back. And the shared damage effect of Vibro. And killed. I mean, this one sounds really good, But this one also sounds kind of nice, because we do have Meltdown, I think, on our fire ability. Which reminds me that I don't know if there is a tooltip for that. I think when you're max burn stacks, you're gonna get Meltdown, but I don't even know if there's a tooltip for burn, so let's see. Probably there is. Okay, now we only have one left. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be the toughest one yet. The Vault Colossus. I mean, loading times, right? They're not terrible, but like I said, I'm a really high-end PC, right? So also really good SSD and CPU and RAM. So everything is like best case scenario here, and it is still not insignificant loading time. I mean, we're just like, you know, compared to before when you were playing, I don't know, Equinox and old PC like 20 years ago, we were like waiting for, I guess, 2 minutes, but you know, these days everything beyond 10 seconds is, for me, is long loading. And not 10 seconds, like even 5 seconds is already longer than I'm used to. Because even open world games kind of just have like really quick loading these days. So yeah, it's just like, you know, what you're used to, I guess. Deploys power-ups, can fortify. I think I want a permanent upgrade. I mean, it's the last level. Maybe that was a mistake because everything we get is quote-unquote permanent. They even would have spawned in the boss room. Yeah, we should have taken the fortify. Yeah, that was a mistake. Like 90% sure it was a mistake. Okay, pyro damage. Victims take damage over time. Effect stacks. At max stacks, victim is affected by meltdown, receiving additional damage from all attacks. Okay, cool. The gear power. 3 seems to be the max power at the moment, but maybe there is 4 and 5. I would assume 5 could be a nice number for max, but what do I know? Not being able to shoot during that is... I don't know how I feel about that one. These enemies look kind of mean. Yeah, our damage fall off is... I mean, we still deal damage, right? But I would say we are not as strong as we used to be. Oh, they have tracking shots here. That is interesting. These are like worth deflecting because I'm not sure when I should deflect, right? I'm just like doing it after the slam so I don't get like follow-up hits on me, but who knows? Focus Fury. Whenever you gain Fury, gain +1 stack of it. You get 50% more shield pickups from takedown. That sounds so good. That sounds just like, I know this is, I always picked that in the early access version, was like, oh, that's so good, and then I died. But, ooh, okay, I didn't know that's how it works. Did they deplete, wait, how do they deplete at the moment? Oh, they go 7.5 seconds, and then once the stack ticks down, they all go away? Oh, I kind of assumed they tick down one at a time. Kind of interesting how in Roguelite often you learn about mechanics just by looking at items and upgrades. Yeah. The Rubik's Cube. Oh my god, what the fuck am I doing? Wait. Okay. It's pretty simple. I thought it was a bit more complicated. What is inside? How would I guess there must be some kind of meta progression that will open those doors, or I'm just like completely blind, and I guess we also don't have the jumps yet. Maybe there is tech that will get us there. I don't know. It definitely looks like a DPS check. I mean, I think in general that is the big struggle, right? In roguelite FPS and any RPG FPS, I guess, like FPS with RPG elements, is how much damage do you want to have in the game versus how much progression do you want to have in the game? Because if you always insta-gib every enemy, there's almost no meaning to progression, right? So I think builds, if they're good, right? I don't know if my build is any good, right? It's my second run of the release version. But I do assume that at some point you will know what an expected damage value is, right? And I think this here, the way it works, I think is pretty good, right? I think it is not... The HP pool is perfectly fine, I think. Like, it feels like you're doing enough damage, but it's not like they're just melting away, right? It's not like it's irrelevant. So no idea if the build is good or bad, but the damage I deal to the enemies does feel pretty fair. Unlike the early access version, where I think there was a significant issue with enemy HP. They had way too much HP, leading to very, very, very slow-paced and boring moments where you just were shooting away at the same enemy for hours and hours on end. Like this, for example, is a captain. I think this is an elite enemy, and that's fine that this one's more tanky, right? That's perfectly reasonable. Not every enemy has to be an insta-gib, but the average enemy HP pool here seems very, very okay. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's about feeling, right? It's like everything is subjective, but I think they kind of did a better job, a way better job than in the early access version here. And it also feels like comparable to other games like Witchfire or like, I don't know, RoboQuest, where you just like can melt things, but not too fast, right? The time to kill is basically good for this build. I don't know about other builds, right? This build seems reasonable. Precision hits deal. I mean, this just sounds so broken. Like just 50% weak spot damage, basically. That sounds pretty nice. It's level 4. Nah, we have the. We can't, right? We can't. We have the meltdown synergy, and it's 300. The prices of the shops are so high. How much money do we have? We have like what, 600? It would have been half of our money just for a simple upgrade. What is this, man? There must be a mechanic we're like not able to do, because there's so often there's this thing here. I can see it on the map, right? Maybe you don't know what I mean. I'll show you. This thing here, right? I don't know what is. It looks like there is a hidden chest maybe in there. I mean, maybe I just have to shoot. I don't know. This symbol here. I don't know. Whatever it is, I don't think we can interact with that. And if we can, I'm not aware of the mechanic. I'm pretty sure it's gonna loop and come back again. That's cool. Like small little jumping sections. I know people didn't like them in RoboQuest, but I think RoboQuest also made a big mistake by making them skippable with the jetpack. Not a mistake, right? This is like make them irrelevant. As soon as you had the jetpack, it was like, by the way, bro, you have this puzzle in the game, but it's completely useless, right? So yeah, that was kind of stupid. I think they should have just like either kept it relevant or just like they did in the endless mode, I guess, remove it entirely. So. My damage now feels kind of weak, but that's because I suck, so it's not on the game. Oh, this feels good, right? Yeah, for sure. Like, if the performance was like, just imagining this game with non-stuttery animations and 200 plus FPS, that would feel fucking dope. And just like adding DLSS or some sort of upscaler, which they still unfortunately didn't have, would already, I think, on a 4090 make that possible. I think at 1044p, we would probably at least have 150 FPS on this, right? But unfortunately, I'm on a 4K screen, and not having upscalers makes it impossible for the game not to look like complete shit on 1044p, so I have to live with this. At least, I guess the 4090 is kind of carrying this from being unplayable, but yeah, at 4K definitely the requirements are too high. I think compared to RoboQuest, yeah, it looks, I mean, technologically it's the Unity, not the Unreal Engine. I think RoboQuest is more simplistic and also should run really well, but I think the game still should run quite significantly better than it does, right? I think like a 50% in performance increase from a visual ratio perspective, because it doesn't use ray tracing, doesn't use any advanced visual text as far as I'm aware of. So it definitely could perform way better, right? It performs in line with it performs worse than Doom Eternal 4K ray tracing, right? So yeah, it's kind of not. I mean, yeah, that's a very good well optimized game, but still, yeah, it's probably in line with path traced Cyberpunk using DLSS. So I guess you know, yeah, it doesn't perform at the level that I would expect it to. Okay, but let's just look at this one. I mean, how good is weak, right? Weak does reduce the damage of by 25% as far as I'm aware of, right? I mean, this seems pretty cool. Just a jump in. I think I like those. Fury also sounds good, but I think I like those. Yeah, it looks better than early access. I haven't played in the 1.0 release yet. Yeah, the early access version had like, the problem was not the average FPS in the early access version, but the lowest, right? On 1044p max settings with the 4090, I dropped into the low 40s to 30s in some rooms, and there was obviously something wrong, right? And they fixed that. The average FPS is not much higher, but the lows are very, very significantly better. So I would consider it playable now. I did consider it quite unplayable in the early access version though. So yeah, that's for sure a big plus for me. And also a reason why I will now play more of it, right? I really waited for that. And I think for a long time in the early access version, they did not fix it. So I was like really worried it was gonna carry over and make it quite unenjoyable for me. Because there is a point where I think it affects gameplay a lot, right? I mean, a bit of stutteryness, yeah, you can always aim better, it always feels a bit more smooth, right? That's nice, right? But there's a point where it's not about like feeling good anymore, but being playable. And I think it really, at 30 FPS, I think for me the point where FPS is like, this is where it's a handicap, right? A real handicap. This is a little handicap, but the other one was like, oh my god, it's like fucking ending, right? It feels really good punching them because it still does a lot of damage. So the game didn't like ignore that mechanic at all, but it becomes really important. Look at this, how much damage this dealt. Wait, or is the HP bar just disappeared? I don't know. Wait, it seems like he was killed in one hit, but I don't think that is actually true. Okay, let's talk about damage numbers here. They're huge. I like the damage numbers, but I think they're too close to the crosshair. It leads to the situation where you can't even see the weak spots you're shooting at anymore. Which I would rather have visually. It's not a big deal because the enemies don't move and they're big, right? But yeah, a little bit of a different placement there could have gone a long way in ensuring visibility is not that effective. And look at this, I can't see the enemy, right? It's just damage numbers. And just place them higher, right? And also stacking damage numbers can be nice, but with different elemental damage sources, I guess you could put one stacking number for each source or something. Just like reduce the clutter. I don't even remember, does the game have hit markers? It also has hit markers, yeah. I mean, because I don't pay attention to those. I would love to turn them off, but then again, even Doom Eternal doesn't have that setting years after launch. So, but it's just me, right? Hit markers serve no purpose. Unless you really do a sniper shot over like 10 kilometers and you don't know if you've a hit, right? But in games with HP bars and damage numbers, I always know when I hit. They're kind of irrelevant. Just gonna use it. I don't even know if there's something here. Do I recommend the game? I think I do. I think I do. It's fun, right? And that's what I base my recommendations on, right? Every score I give is usually my fun score, which usually involves the game being really good. So for example, my game of the year is Nine Souls. It's in Game Pass at the moment. It just was added to Game Pass. It's unfortunately not even nominated for Indie Game of the Year or let alone Game of the Year. I think Nine Souls is a fantastic game. It's masterfully crafted. And yeah, it's not the first game of the studio, but it's, I think, a small Korean studio that did horror games beforehand. I think 2 of them. And it's the first Souls-like game. and it's brilliant, and it's so good, and yeah, that's why it's my game of the year, right? I had a lot of fun, and that's a really good game, but my game of the year could also be complete trash if it's fun, right? It could be like from a craftsmanship perspective, trash, right? It could be fun but not good, right? So that's what I want to say. My ratings are always based on fun, not perfection, because nothing is perfect. This game I would give an 8 out of 10 with a slight nudge towards the 9 out of 10 from a fun perspective at the moment. But that doesn't mean that in 10 hours, 20 hours, 30 hours, 50 hours, 100 hours, I don't know, I'm going to feel the same way, right? My initial fun is 8 out of 10. If there were no performance issues and some design things were different, like slightly different, it would be easily a 9 out of 10. I would say like with optimization and 10 hours of implementing some improvements, like from a coding perspective, not a lot of coding has to be done. I think you could make the game a 9 out of 10. Easily. First impression. Long term, impossible to say because I didn't play enough, right? Your punch now reflects projectiles and causes them to deal increased damage. The increased damage, I don't even know. Is Fortify becomes Fury. You know what? This sounds good. Like stays in place also sounds good. They all sound good, which is good, right? A lot of games have the issue where you just like look at something, and in your mind you're like, I should. Oh wait, this is 10%, 20% per kill. Ooh, knockback is not good, right? Knockback will knock them out of the fire zone, which doesn't synergize at all with this one. So I kind of feel like I just want to go with this is the core modifier, and this one is blue for whatever reason. Because it's uncommon, right? But I don't know what that means. But the damage is significantly higher. Like it is significantly better. Do I want? Nah, I just think it's a bad combination. I know it's probably good, but this doesn't sound convincing to me. I mean, what can I say? Like 2 seconds of invulnerability every single time I press Q seems good to me. Something over here. Oh, it's just a gun. Greetings, my robot merchant. And every time I see this, I do want to try out the bazaars just so I can let you know if it's worth your time or not. But there are plenty of people who will probably say it is, right? But I'm just curious because I like auto battlers. I don't love them. I like them, but I really liked Hearthstone. So I don't know. Maybe it's the combination would be very fun to me. But it does seem very auto battly. So don't know. Auto battlers are usually like a casino. So I mean, like I guess any game with RNG, but auto battlers more so than other games, I think, in the genre. Because that's minor enhancement that augment your capabilities. I mean, this is 10% crit chance and significant. Look at this damage increase. It's a almost a 50% damage increase. And it's deadly, which means what? Precision hit steal. Whoa, that's a good combo. That's really interesting. So they have rarity and they also have modifiers. Oh, I can talk to him? Can't say I love what the hoity-toity what? I tell you, if I was in charge around here, I'd make a few changes. Okay. Yeah, I really would like the game to just like click to advance here. That would be pretty nice. Just reading at your own pace, right? I can read very fast, but in games I'm usually distracted and I don't look at the text right away. So I always miss them when they're on screen. But that probably also is because of streaming, because I'm like, my mind is not always present in game, right? It's like a focus thing. You could almost say some games, not this game, some games are so boring when you play them that you rather think of other things. I'm just kidding. No, those are the games I usually don't finish or drop. For the current floor, I like Persona 5 Royal. No, just that's an Apricot joke. It's probably not here at the moment, but I mean, maybe yes, I don't know. It's pretty often there. But we didn't finish Persona 5 Royal, and the reason was because I went to Japan, and I just like kind of came back, and then there was I think was it Wukong? No, not Wukong. Wulong that was out, and I just said, yeah, we have to finish Wulong, right? Because I want to watch the streamers that play the game without spoiling the game for me. And then I kind of got out of the loop of Persona 5 Royal, but I think it's a 10 out of 10 amazing game. But I just kind of dropped it because I plan on picking it back up, right? But I just dropped it because it was like so out of the game loop. It just, and also I was playing on the highest difficulty. I think we never died and was like really invested into that idea. I mean, we did die while grinding once, and I was AFK, right? Mentally, it's just like grinding off stream. And just like one moment I just like misclicked and died. But during the on-stream time, I think we maybe died 0 or 1 time. I don't remember, but it was invested into not dying. And it was like, oh, I'm going to come back. I'm going to be ass at the game. And so it just like kind of didn't do it. But yeah, you usually don't drop bad games. But that was the inside joke when I say Persona 5 Royal, we're never going to finish that shit game. That's just a joke, right? We're going to finish it, and it's a great game. And also Metaphor, the game we're currently playing, is nominated for Game of the Year, same studio. I mean, same studio, maybe different sub-developer, but forces an extra ability to appear in the next room. Was Wrecking Balls reflect? I mean, we still could get a higher level one. You can't extract levels, which I kind of appreciate, because that would just mean you could always keep your same abilities really easily, but... What the? Oh, I remember those. It's the spawning enemies. Who's spawning those? I don't even remember who it is, but whoever it is, you're gonna die. The reload is very slow, so getting some kind of reload enhancement would be very valuable. Yo, these small guys are pretty annoying. Yeah, I'm not sure I like the double stuff too much. And obviously the real question, right, for people who played no games in the genre is always this game first or other games first, right? And the answer is pretty easy. The answer is if there's a discount on any of the other good ones we mentioned a bunch of times, you can pick up those. Unless you are not interested in aiming mechanics, then I guess you can only pick up this one and Gunfire Reborn. Because the other ones are more FPS-y, right? Witchfire, RoboQuest and Deadlink, all great games, but they're, oh yeah, also a new one, Sulfur, right? I guess Sulfur is also it's not that aiming, I mean, it's different, right? Yeah, so if you only want to have like fun pew builds, this one for sure, and Gunfire are the only real options. But if you have no preference there, you can for sure just buy either of the other games too, right? So this game, is it on par with RoboQuest and Witchfire? I think it's on par with Deadlink, because Deadlink has very good gunplay and smooth stuff, but I think the meta stuff here is more engaging. I think this is more interesting from a meta game design perspective. But I still think RoboQuest and Witchfire are still slightly better games. Just because they're really clean from an execution perspective. So if you didn't play those, I mean, Witchfire is still in early access, so probably you should just get RoboQuest or Gunfire, depending on what you like. But it's still very recommendable. So if you wanted to get this first, I would still say it's perfectly fine. But the other ones you probably can get on sale or some shit. So yeah. But if money is no problem, let's get all of them. They're all good, right? Easy advice, right? Just get all of them. And RoboQuest is on Game Pass, so yeah, if you have Game Pass, it's all what I say. There's no better deal in gaming than Game Pass. Unless you're looking for a specific game you want to own, or quote-unquote own permanently. Game Pass is just like so good. And by the way, not sponsored by anyone, obviously, right? I'm a small channel, so nobody's going to give me any money. And everything I say is basically just like my personal opinion without any bias, right? beyond me buying the game, which is an investor's bias, but you can hear that I'm not very prone to being nice to games just because I bought them. Just like quite the opposite, right? If I gave someone money and I'm not satisfied, I'm more likely to to say, I think. But some people are different. Some people cope because they've spent a lot of money, right? If you only have $50 per month and you spend them on a game and it sucks dick, you really want to like it, right? Before you admit it sucks dick. So some people are definitely biased towards like wanting to like something. Enemy technology deals 50. Oh, this sounds so good too. I mean, this sounds crazy good, but I think they're still good, right? I still think they're useful. Could do Mega Pyro, but I still think Weak is good too, especially against bosses. Like 25% damage will hopefully prevent us from dying. Yeah, but recommendations are always very subjective, right? So it really depends on what you like. But all of these games are good games, right? Some are just like objectively better crafted than others, but they're all fun and good so far. And if you just want to have a lot of playtime, I guess the one I played the most is RoboQuest by far. Second one I probably would say is Witfire, but this one is new, right? So it's kind of hard to tell. But this is like the performance killer laser. Holy. Yeah, raw playtime, RoboQuest, but that is because I just enjoy the loop, right? The content has been over since, I guess, 100 hours plus, so... I mean, yeah, they add content constantly, but at the same time, the core content I depleted pretty quickly, so... It's more of, I enjoy the gameplay loop and feeling of the game. Which is what is great about roguelites, right? This is like, you can just turn them on and replay them, and it's always a bit different. When do I use this? Because they're not shooting, so my brain's like, what are you doing? Yeah, like I said, if this game didn't have the core issues with performance and stuttering, it would be really fun. It's already really fun, but it just like this... If this was smooth as fuck, man, and the same gameplay, it would be really good. I like how they tell you where it is, but they're kind of baiting you into, what the fuck are... Wait, what? Huh? Okay, you are here. And where's the other one? You bitch. And now you even punish me by spawning enemy? Okay. Okay, we have to learn how this works, obviously. The explosion did 0 damage. Oh, I guess you can... enemies only have collision if you don't dash, so you can dash through them. It's really nice, to be honest. Okay, you really get punished heavily for missing the, failing this easy minigame. Okay. Yeah, the fire doesn't deal a lot of damage, but the additional damage they take from shooting them is very worth it. This guy... See, this guy here, just imagine every enemy like that. That was the early access version. That's how it felt in my head. I don't know if it really was that bad, but one guy like that is no problem. It's just like, if every enemy feels like that, then we have a problem. I don't even know. These are all ass. Can I reroll them? It sounds terrible. Like every single one just seems like... Oh my god, I just want to say, isn't this like some kind of challenge room? But I really wonder, some of the bugs really seem like, for example, the spawning here, right? This seems like stuff you would see in like a desync MMO. Like, I wonder how it happened, right? What is the part that caused this to even become an issue? Yo guys, you do have a little bit of HP. going for you. But the explosion does so much damage that I'm okay with it. Maybe I'm missing a shield guy too. I don't know. And don't forget, this ability is under-leveled, so... Maybe we should have killed him first. I don't know what he does, but maybe he's buffing enemies. Okay, we got him. Kinetic missile. Nah, that's pure trash. I mean, it's good on this gun, yeah, but on our gun it would have been complete trash. Isn't it funny? You would think you would destroy the crystal, but you have to destroy the enemies. They're not in the fire. Did I fuck up something? I mean, these guys are tanky as fuck. Some of them, right? Not all of them. Like these big guys here, like the robot thingies. Guess we're just not hitting them correctly with our ability here. Or not. I don't know. Dude, you are some piece of shit, like. Okay. Yeah, this is a bit more what it was like in the early access version, but it's a special encounter, so I'm like, I'm not gonna be too judgmental. What is he doing? I didn't read it. I should have read it. Oh my god. Wait, I have to defeat all enemies? Wait, this doesn't count, right? This spawned like a mega tanky enemy mid-fight. There's no way that counts. Oh, you just throw me through the fucking ceiling? Right? No way that counts. That is stupid as fuck. Okay, that is fucking stupid. Like, he spawned... this was random, right? I mean, I guess maybe it's random, I don't know. But the fact that he spawned a full HP enemy in the last second, that is stupid as fuck. And this one should not have counted towards the objective. Yeah, that is unfortunate. Yeah, like, it's like... I would say it's impossible to kill him, right? I mean, the game basically said, fuck you, and... yeah, that should not happen. I mean, probably they didn't have that scenario while testing, because anyone who tests that would be like, oh yeah, that's fucking dumb, right? We have to change it. So I just assume they did not know. I just assume they never had this happen to them. Because it was just unlucky, right? It was purely unlucky. Maybe. Hopefully. I'm just like giving them the benefit of the doubt here. I'm like, am I tilted? No, I never would tilt in a video game. Hey, why do I jump up without any momentum here? Okay, we made it. Okay, please, no bullshit. Like, I'm... my meter is triggered. Now I need slow and consistent stuff happening on screen. It's weird, like the punch is the best part we have. Like everything else kind of doesn't deal that much damage, but like punching enemies seems like so good. Did we kill them? I guess we killed them. They look like the crabs from Half-Life. Also a game I really want to replay. They never remastered it, but there's going to be some Half-Life RTX coming pretty soon with ray tracing, like path tracing. And I really hope it's good, because I feel like replaying both of them at some point. But I don't want to replay the old versions. Like, as nostalgic as that would be, it would be cool to see a slightly enhanced version that still captures the original. Just like recycle this one. And we got this one too. Nice. I think a dog is barking when she jumps. There's one sound she makes. It's like a dog. Oh, you can also break him open. I guess you can shoot him. I never thought of that. Yeah, you can shoot him. Probably. Yeah, I'm kind of starting to think we should have changed the ability to something else, because it feels like it's underperforming for sure. Oh yeah, I forgot about the battery. And yeah, the anti-aliasing is okay for the primitive technology it is, but adding DLSS, XeSS, and FSR as upscalers would also solve that. So it would just be killing two birds with one stone there. I don't quite understand, like... Okay. Did they take damage or not? I don't even know. Okay, chances of me beating the boss, very, very low. I feel like our damage now has significantly stagnated. And... yeah, and the heal is so expensive. Like, in RoboQuest you get free heals in this game. They're like the glitched version, the endless mode in RoboQuest. You just have to pay a fuck ton. This sounds so good. Who are you up against? Oh yeah, right. I remember this guy also being tough. I mean, the bosses in general, I remember them as being pretty tough. You've made a huge mistake coming here, Tiny Shaper. What, no? Hello, how are you? Nice to meet you. Our manners suddenly obsolete. Manners are for weaklings. The strong apologize to no one. So I'm not gonna say sorry for smashing you, Pipsqueak. Sounds like a Jinx cosplayer. Yeah, I guess we just deflect those? Oh my fucking god. No, you don't deflect those? What the fuck? Oh my god, I just lost all my shield? Can we elaborate on why I lost all my shield? So do I have to deflect them later or some shit? I don't know, there must be some kind of reasoning behind this. Okay, this is for sure deflectable, right? Oh, like two times, man. Like, he's like... Wait, do I shoot them? Oh. So we're like slam dueling each other. It's kind of funny. My damage is not great. Okay, these are meant to be like HP sources, right? That's their purpose. They're not meant to be challenging. They're just meant to be... Do I have iframes or not? It does not seem like I have iframes there. Can we double jump this? Yeah. Just shoot him. Which is an interesting mechanic considering depending on what weapon you have, maybe you can't even hit them. What the fuck? Yo, like 1 billion HP? Wait, I didn't punch him? Okay, we're gonna die here. There's no way we're not gonna die. I'm trying to punch him into him, but come on, just deflect him into him because it looks cool or some shit. What are you doing? Oh my god, my reload. Oh my god, he just spawns this super mega enemy that's gonna fuck my ass now. Okay, how do I evade those? I should dodge them, right? Maybe. Phase 2? Punch him, punch him. Okay, we kind of survived. It was fun, but at the same time, I don't know why the big one didn't explode. Maybe it just has a bunch of HP, or you have to run away. I don't know. Because you just have to imagine, someone can have a very slow firing ground targeted gun, right? Like maybe a rocket launcher or something, and maybe a rocket launcher, like a grenade launcher, or maybe it's really hard to kill them, so I kind of expect you to be able to just dodge them. Unlocks the ability to equip the vault core at the suit station. Okay, we're getting all the cores in one run. That's, I mean, not all, I don't know how many there are, but... So we're gonna have a lot of choice for the next run. A lot of choices. Vault core acquired. Okay, earn core affinity to increase the level of your cores by defeating overlords, so bosses. Core has runs increasing affinity. Okay. Okay, and now I assume this is where the game transitions into maybe a persistent biome that is always the same, or just the final boss fight. Or is this over and you loop or some shit? No, probably a final biome maybe, or just a boss fight. Burning foes gain an additional stack of shock. I'm so confused. Pyro, yes. Burning? Question mark? I mean, I don't want money. Money is so useless, kinda. Yeah, I don't know if it works. If burning applies shock, then maybe it does. I don't even know what shock does, but... Oh, how nice. Wait, shock damage cause. Fuck, I should have read it. Select your target. Wait, really? I didn't say there can only be one target. Oh, it is a final level too. Okay, we're assaulting the orbital complex now. Wait, why is this tutorial, this tooltip so much more precise than the tooltip in game? Is it just asking because this one does not have the percentages? And I like percentages. Because it tells me if something's good or bad. So where's shock? Shocked foes are more likely to flinch when attacked. And max stacks, no, so like on hit stun, I guess. And max stack and on death, victim triggers EMP discharge that damages and stuns nearby foes. This effect is more powerful when triggered at max stack. Okay, that sounds good. So if we can trigger this with burning, which maybe or maybe we can't, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think this one, maybe. I don't know. I would have liked Fortify instead, but I'll just take what the game offers us. But this looks cool. Like it's like I know I'm not gonna say because this could spoil another game, but I was almost like this is the ending of another game, which I'm not gonna mention because it would be a spoiler. But I like that the AoE occurs also at the position where you hit. That is very, very nice. What is it gonna do? Aeronaut Captain. Shouldn't be a problem. We're not using fire or anything. I still it's kind of weird. I wonder if this is pure coincidence, but it seems like the further in we get, the more melee oriented the enemies seem. And I wonder what that does with our deflect. Right, like our deflect must be really useless now. Maybe. And I still don't know why sometimes I don't stagger the enemies like consistently. Like I don't know what it is, right? We got him? We got him. You know, this makes sense because Shock will do pyro, right? I think we're gonna change the weapon here. Wait, what? Can you explain? So the modifier is not compatible, but doesn't matter because we can just replace it with crit chance, which I think is more consistent anyways. So. I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? Because the weapon is shock, so it would just be a no brain, no combination, 50% damage increase, which is kind of stupid. So I think I like that they kind of prevented the player from just like doing that. Cool area visually. Next time? What next time? There won't be a next time. There will be probably because I'm gonna die, but nah, of course we're gonna win as always. No, I'm not sure, right? Bosses, I feel like the levels, it's hopefully okay to assume we're gonna survive those, maybe. But when it comes to bosses, you know, you never know. There might just be some crazy shit going on and. Okay, this does significantly more damage, and these just feels like it does significantly more damage. I mean, it's a bit like bowling, right? It's like kill the enemies. Kill the pins. That's what you do in bowling, right? Just kill them. There must be an enemy around me. Oh, these guys, right. I guess they also spawn those enemies in addition. Yeah, I'm gonna say it. I recommend the game so far. Like, for real, it is fun. The extreme performance issues have been fixed. The base performance is not great though, but it's playable. I mean, like I said, I'm used to high FPS. I'm pretty sure you will hit 60 FPS on a lot of machines for this one, if you're not on 4K, right? So if you're like 60 is enough for me, then that's a non-issue. It's just like from talking to someone that would expect the game to run like 50% better would be reasonable, but I still think it is very, very fun. Lucky, what is lucky? 10% crit, 20%. Oh, it was a pretty high crit chance. 20%. But I think I like what we got here. Like, it seems on paper to be a very synergistic thing. Why is there no way to rotate the map? Because obviously the map is 3D. We can tell in the top right corner. So why can't I drag, drop, or rotate it? I'm just asking, right? Like, it seems like it's in a fixed. It doesn't even mirror the position I'm in. So, especially after playing Doom Eternal, where it just rotate it. I don't know, but it's fine. It's fine. It's just like we don't need it most of the time, so no biggie. I mean, can we destroy those in time? I wonder. Like some sick AoE explosion maybe? Yeah, it doesn't do shit. Wait, can we deflect them? Oh yeah, that's a good idea, because there's so many of them, right? Maybe, I don't even know. Destroy all the evil. I destroyed all the evil oculi. It's kind of funny, the guy who invented the Oculus Rift and like sold it for a fuck ton of money to Facebook. I think he did it alone too, right? Not alone, but like with started a company himself, everything, when he was like an uneducated engineer basically as a minor. And then he, I think he went into making weapons, like army stuff. And then he made like recently just a Game Boy, like some kind of retro Game Boy. Kind of funny, right? Like how this goes, but I never heard him talk, so I can't tell you if I think he's intelligent or not. But I think the fact that he made the Oculus Rift on his own accords for sure seems to point at least him being a good engineer and inventor. It doesn't speak for general intelligence, right? It just means he's intelligent in that way, but he could still be an idiot when it comes to political beliefs and stuff like that, so I have no idea. But for sure, interesting. Are we gonna die here? Because I'm fucking dog shit. I didn't see them respawn, because I was talking about random shit. My bad. Wait, why did you respawn them? Okay. I don't think that's gonna hit him. Ooh, EMP. Wait, but why are they respawning though? Shouldn't they just chillax and let him... I really want armor. Did I already mention? Are you gonna respawn him? There are more. Or did I miss something? No, okay. Well, like, why do they keep respawning? We just no. We need pyro. Pyro is too good. Like, I would love to take this one because of the damage values, but I just can't. Why did I not look at the weapon? Oh my gosh. I thought I could take all of them. I don't know why. This is not focused. Okay, we're I think in front of the final boss. We're unlocking new shit, and I'm not even gonna look at anything else first. No, we just can't. We're gonna end the run with 500. Wait, that was so expensive though. Why do I get the feeling this is meant to be some kind of secret, but at the same time, I don't want to find out by losing HP. Yeah, chances of us beating the final boss, 50-50. Nah, okay, that's a 20%. I'm not that confident. We don't have armor. It's gonna be probably very gimmicky, so... That looks cool, for sure. And I assume it's the final boss, right? I mean, they could still pull a, this is a roguelite and you'll only see the final boss once you get to point X, right? Like maybe this is... Okay, I don't want to say because this is a spoiler, but... Yeah, okay, I'm not gonna say it. I also want to make a comparison, but making that comparison will ruin it for everyone playing the game for the first time, so I won't make it. Rich Shaper, you've come so far, only to be disgraced again. You don't scare me. You're just a bully trying to get in my way. In your way, what? Genoese? Eradicated. Every scrap of his programming uprooted and grafted with superior Rubik. He can't be, you're lying. I've no need to lie to you, Ada. It was just another failed experiment. Genoese is gone, supplanted. Behold his progeny, his truest form. I am Verus. The version OS? I think you have Parkinson, you should get that checked. What the fuck, he has like a billion HP bars. Okay, here's like some kind of rotating shit while shooting at you. Oh, that's nice. When do I use my ability? I guess never, because I just got hit while using it. Okay, like a billion HP on something. Excuse me, I need armor. I'm much in need of this thing they call armor. I should have knocked this into him. I don't know why I didn't. That was, okay, let's hit him. Nice, huge hit. Huge damage. Okay, this is like, fuck it. I'm just, oh no, what the fuck are you doing? Just like, chill. Bam, eat your own balls. Yeah, that's nice. Wrong, I'm in him. Okay, hey, what are we saying? Yo, we're just killing him by doing nothing. Let's go! He for sure has a phase 2. Oh, wait, he has full HP. What are we doing? Where is your weak spot? Asking for a friend. 0. Oh, not 0. Wait, what is this? Oh, punch him. Go! Okay, I guess he's like, he's gonna respawn everything, isn't he? What are you doing? Oh, interesting. Now we have like ads. Almost like we're on Twitch. I kind of like bosses that have ads, because you know, it just gives you a little bit of normal combat too. Because boss fights usually are very gimmicky, so just having a little bit more of this. Wait, I have to knock him into him, right? I think that's what the game wants me to do, or maybe not. Wait, maybe not. This is like, yeah, I'm not doing it, but I don't think I have to. And now he's just respawning his tentacles, which is exactly. Okay, you can't just parry that one. Yo, EMP? Kind of fucking good. Yeah, jumping into these lasers, not good. Yeah, very, very bad. Bad play. Nah, you can't deflect those. That's kind of fucking bullshit, honestly. Yeah, you should be able to deflect those. Oh, can I shoot the wall? I don't even know, man. Just like fucking send it. Okay, what? Okay, I just have to explode them and then fucking knock him. Yo, you have a lot of HP, my man. And I don't have any heals, so, seems kind of unfair. No, I'm just kidding. You have infinite armor. Can we knock him into him to deal damage? Nope. Not. They call me the Slayer. I'm just kidding. Okay, we got him, and now he's gonna respawn, and we're just gonna fucking full send in his face. It's kind of cool how they bounce around. I mean, yeah, it's framey, but at the same time, who gives a shit? Come on, just dash. Dash with me. Oh, you can destroy those with a dash? That's cool. I wonder what this is. I don't know. I don't know if it's meant to be dodged or like certain parts are different. But yeah, we should destroy this one. Maybe? I don't know. I guess you do have to destroy him. Can you shoot him? I should try to shoot him for that, because it does seem like we're dealing kind of inconsistent damage here. Why is my HP bar gray sometimes? It's because I'm immune to damage? Maybe it is. Which is a weird way of coloring that, but... I mean, it is a fun game. Like, I'm saying that a bunch of times just to remind you, because I was so, like, you know, focused on the bad stuff first. I guess you can just, like, go through these walls here. I don't quite understand. I guess you shoot them open or some shit. So I just want to make sure it's quite clear that I think it's a good game. Does it deal damage to him though? That is the real question I'm asking myself. This is fucking die. Okay, we're gonna try to shoot him this time. Does almost no damage. Let's try to shoot him here. Oh yeah, it does deal damage, right? But only for a brief moment. Can we just shoot him? I never thought of that. Wait, can we just shoot him directly? Wait. Brilliant idea. Shoot the boss. I was like assuming was immune because he had like these weak spots, but maybe that was wrong. And that's not how it works. Okay. Can we shoot him? No, it's 0, right? Yeah, very 0. Okay, he's gonna do the minigame again. Which I'm not sure I like this, because maybe you can punch it if you can't punch it, because you're gonna get hit by nothing here, right? If you're like, if you don't have the weapon that is required there, it could be pretty weird. The fuck, he's like using mega powers on me now? I consider this cheating. I want to make sure you know that. You need the fucking down. You need the fucking armor, man. Okay, we need the balls. We need the balls. Oh, I'm fucked. I'm fucked. I'm playing fucking dog shit. Woo! Yeah, that's gonna be a tight one, man. Why do you do tornado while you should be dead? Thank you. Eat my fucking balls. Okay, if we had done this, he would already be dead, but I think he's dead anyway. The city is still mine, Ada. You're all mine. You could have made him like a penis, like Elden Beast or some shit, right? But no, they had to make him family friendly. I really like that the fucking final boss in Elden Ring looks like a penis. Okay, that was a spoiler. I'm sorry. Oh, fuck me. It's hard to. I mean, you know, it's just like it is a penis. What can I say? Okay, so second run win. I'll take it. Could have been the first one if we didn't have a bug. I mean, yeah, we had a bug in the first one, right? The first one we had to quit out because the game was stuck. Because the enemy was kind of not killable. It wasn't there. And we couldn't get out of the room, so... Yeah, I would give the game an 8.5 out of... If I would do decimals, I guess, I would put it at 8.5 out of 10. It's really fun, but it does still need optimization. And please, by the love of God, add DLSS, FSR, XeSS. I mean, please all of them, but any single one would be welcomed. And don't make it DLSS, because then AMD can use it. Wait, story. Who are you? Response: I operate the black box at Jaina's behest. The black box? What the heck is that place? It's the thing in your automata that explodes when... No. Response: a program to aid Jaina's in the administration of new Elysian systems. It has been some time since her blah blah blah. He's gone. Janus doesn't exist anymore. Evaluation: new correlation detected between anomaly and Janus absence. Anomaly? Evaluation: new anomaly has been activated. It would be advisable to exit the simulation. What simulation? What is this place? Error. Insufficient access level to answer that query. Please try again with... Oh yeah, so it is a bit of that, what other games do too. So you start, but you don't really... You beat the game, but you don't really beat the game. And we're gonna have to break the simulation loop. A bit like Loopmancer, I guess. So yeah, this was our second run. You're lying. Oh no, wait, no. Wait, why run number 3? Did we do 3 runs? Can we just start a fresh save? I'm confused. No, wait, we died, right? We died once, or did we? Wait, was it the third? I see, I can't remember. So, one run was a bug, maybe it was run number 3, and we had the legit run before. Technically, it was either run number 1 or 2. I can't remember if we died at the start of the stream, to be honest. But yeah, run number 3, first win on the probably base difficulty. I assume this is gonna have some sort of increased difficulty at some point. If not, that's fine too, right? It's still fun. I would give it an 8.5 out of 10. The gameplay is really fun. It does have some quite unfortunate performance issues, and they're way better than early access and not a deal breaker anymore. And also the animation stuttering, I don't know what is going on. Like, I would have to, I'm just one system, right? I didn't play it on the other systems. Changing a monitor didn't change shit, so makes sense, I guess. But yeah, so I can't speak for everyone, obviously. It's just one system, so you should definitely just like, if that really bothers you, figure out if that's going on for everyone, or if it's just like my system that has that issue. But it doesn't have in other games, obviously, so I would assume it's the game to some degree, but I don't know if it's like the game plus this combination. And that is my biggest criticism. Otherwise, the game is very, very fun to play, has a fun gameplay loop, and just the moment to moment is fun, right? I don't know if this is going to be a game you're going to play for hundreds of hours. That is very hard to say in its current state, but definitely just playing it a couple of times and getting a couple of hours of fun of it is pretty, it's going to be pretty easy. The price point is currently, let's see, it's at a reasonable 24.50 euros in Europe, and currently discounted by 30% for 17.15. Completely reasonable price. So as always, there probably are games on a sale. RoboQuest is in Game Pass. There's a bunch of games you can play before this game if you want to, but now it's in version 1.0, and I think it's definitely fun for what it is. So if you like this exact premise, there is nothing keeping you back from buying this game. It for sure is a unique, fun experience, right? The game flow is very, very fun. The knockback mechanic works well. It's well integrated. I see what changed the controls, because you can see I never do the sideward swipes, just like smack forward. But this is me, right? A few more options, a little bit of like customization from a gameplay perspective, or maybe also just a change of design. But usually just add an option, right? It's better. Would make it even better. So I think it could easily be a 9 out of 10 first impression, but this is still just a first impression, right? I mean, I did beat the game, right? So I do have an idea of the run structure and length, but I didn't beat the game maybe multiple times, so I don't even know how it's going to progress. But I can just say the first time was really fun, and from that alone, I would recommend the game for people who are interested in it, but not obviously from a perspective of if you want to have 10, 50, 100 hours. I can't speak about that, right? So that's for sure. I'll let you know once I play more of it. Yeah, which might or might not happen on stream too, right? It's kind of hard for me to tell how much of a roguelite I'm going to play on stream. Some of them are really nice to stream consistently, and also like, you know, they have story and it's like very engaging, but others I just like do like 50 runs, which are like complete brain off, and I just chill and listen to music, or like watch a stream, or listen to a YouTube video or something. So it really depends on the game. So for this game, I get the feeling we're going to see the game again on stream, but it's probably going to be to demonstrate something, right? It's probably going to be, oh yeah, this is what happens after the first loop or something like that, or this is what late game stuff looks like. But I'm pretty sure I'm going to play this a bit more off stream too. So on stream, and the reason you might be wondering why is because on stream I do want to play games I only play on stream, right? I don't want to play them off stream, which is usually story games like Metaphor, UFO 50. I want to do all those things on stream on 100%. So that's why I want to invest my free time where it's not worth just picking, you know, just I have an hour or so, it's not worth putting on the stream. That's why I will usually do the roguelites in those moments. Yeah. And we're currently playing 3 games. upcoming game also Indiana Jones. We're also going to play that. So I have to focus on them too. But since it was launch day for a game that I think had a lot of potential and gameplay-wise, I think delivered on that potential, but also a lot of issues which they mitigated, but not completely fixed. Right, the technology, like the tech stuff, like the performance stuff, and also the laggy feeling of some things, which is not that relevant to fun, but it would still, like, it is kind of weird it's there in the first place, right? It's kind of, yeah, it's kind of weird. But overall, yeah, I wanted to show it. So this was more of a one-off stream for this game, but for sure we're going to see it in the future again. Maybe it's going to get some updates. Maybe I'm just like, have more to showcase, but I will be playing this one off stream a little bit, like I said, and I'll keep you updated what I think from the long-term perspective. Yeah. So that's it. And again, thanks for the comments. Thanks for the follows again, Jesse and Magius, and something thing. And I'll see you guys tomorrow with, I would assume, hopefully a mix of different games. I hope tomorrow we're gonna kind of manage to get a little bit of UFO 50 playtime in, a little bit of Metaphor, a little bit of, okay, you can already see this unreasonable, but it's going to be a mix of those 3 games, unless there's an surprise reveal of a game or release of a game I have not expected, right? Because whenever there's something like this and I see it, I will definitely just like put it in. But yeah, from the longer games perspective, these are the 3 we're currently playing, right? Golding all UFO 50 games, which can turn into cherrying all of them, but no promise on that, right? That's why I say golding. Golding is very likely. Cherrying all of them, just because at the moment we almost have all cherries doesn't mean we're gonna enjoy cherrying the other games too, right? So if it's unenjoyable to cherry a majority of the games, I will not do it, right? And at the moment, just like turns out, it's kind of a thing I started doing automatically. But yeah, that's it for me, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day / evening / night. Thanks for watching. Bye bye.